Good evening. Welcome to the Monday, June 3rd, 2024 Grand Rapids Public School Board meeting. We welcome and appreciate your presence at the meeting of the Grand Rapids Public School Board of Education. We respectfully request that you turn off cellular phones and refrain from clapping, cheering, or making audible comments. We invite you to make formal public comment during the designated times, either on an agenda item or non-agenda items, or both if you wish. Please do so by filling out a comment card, which you can find at the entryway. And if you are a GRPS student, if you would somehow please identify that if it is not a space on your card. And then lastly, because of the significant amount of cards that we have, I will advise you now that there will be a 2-minute comment opportunity today, not a 3. Because of the amount of comments that we have to allow time to make sure that we can get through all of them. Our first order of business is our roll call.
All right, Mr. Reitman? Ms. Lewis is here. Ms. Milton?
Here.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Mr. Ross?
Here.
Ms. Shatke? Here. Ms. Wade? Ms. Davis? Here. President Wilson? You changed your name while I was gone.
That's all right. I'm present, and Ms. Wade is excused too.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Next, we have approval of our agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Wonderful. Dr. Roby, celebrations.
So good evening and happy I'm doing the same thing. Happy June, because I don't want to start from January. Happy June to our community as well as our board. And we are on the final couple of days of the 23-24 school year. And Mr. Steyer is going to present a graduation highlight video. We graduated nearly 800 scholars, and we are excited to see the next phase of life as they are beginning their adult version of their journey. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Steyer.
Yeah, and so this video is now on our social media and on our website. We'd love to have everyone in our community share it. We had several video teams and a drone that were at our graduation ceremonies capturing this video, so I will play it so we all get to watch it. I think it's pretty inspirational.
Ladies and gentlemen,
please rise
as we welcome your 2024
graduating class.
Whatever you see in your past as motivation, let that propel you towards greatness, and don't ever forget where you came from.
I would like to thank everyone who is here to help us celebrate this wonderful event.
Our path to this moment has been anything but traditional.
Never settle for less than you deserve.
Hello, classmates. I'm so honored to be standing here in front of so many great minds.
Don't give up on changing the world, because you have already started.
So many have sacrificed for each of us to be here today.
We are leaving behind this chapter of our lives, and along with it, all the things that we dread and all the things that we loved.
We made it here tonight despite everything we faced throughout high school, and I'm proud of all of us for persevering through it all.
Congratulations, class of 2024. Let's go out and make a difference.
Members of the class of 2024,
please rise
and face the audience.
Please join me in moving your tassels
from the right to the left.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce you, graduating class of 2024.
Congratulations.
Nicely done.
Lady.
So what I will share with our board as well as our community, that there's lots of different things that take place to ensure that we have a successful graduation season. And there were a total of 9 graduations, including one at GRLC at the GRCC campus. And even with the weather, it's so important because graduation is that rite of passage where families and grandparents and community and others want to love on and celebrate our young people. And I think it's really important, and to make an adjustment during things that are outside of our control, and our team with our security and our tech team and our grounds team to ensure that we had a wonderful celebration for all of our graduates, I think is hugely important. And so I lift that up. And then also to our families and our graduates, this is that time where you kind of wax poetic to say, this is a time in your life where you get to start adulting, and we're so excited for what the future offers you. And just always, it's a fun celebration. It's an exhausting week because there are typically 2 graduations a night. But to our team who are doing work behind the scenes and in front of the scenes and with our staff as well, just thank you for your work to ensure that we celebrated our 2024 graduates. Our next celebration is One Book, One City, and this is an annual event that takes place across our district with our 5th grade scholars. And Mr. Jonathan Harper, as well as Ms. Roseanne Wall, will come forward to explain what the One Book, One City event is and the importance around literacy in real time for our young people. So please welcome them.
Good afternoon, Dr. Roby, President Williams, members of the board. I would also like to invite Chastity Jackson up as well, please. 5th grade teacher at MLK. And I also would like to welcome Ms. Erin Hart from the Grand Rapids Public Library. It's my pleasure to introduce both of these fine individuals today, and as we get started with our celebration, this is a celebration of our One Book, One City event, and we have been grateful to partner with the Grand Rapids Public Library. I believe this is our 11th year? Yes, 11th year of this. And this year, we engaged with all of our 5th grade scholars. And I just wanted to introduce these folks, let you speak, and then we do have a video for you to watch as well.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Like Jonathan said, this is our 11th year that we have been doing this program, the library in partnership with GRPS. In this program, every 5th grade scholar in Grand Rapids Public Schools gets a copy of the book. They spend months in class reading it, analyzing it, doing projects based on it, which you will see in those books that are getting passed around. And then it all culminates in the author coming and visiting and speaking to every single 5th grade scholar over the course of 3 days. It's an amazing undertaking. Our author said that it was the smoothest author event that she's done, despite it being 3 days long. It's really unique from what I've heard of other libraries' One Book, One City projects. Usually it's more of a voluntary thing where people have to make an effort to participate, but this where we really intentionally make sure that every single scholar can be a part of it. It's really amazing. So this year our book was Shine On Luz Velis by Rebecca Balcarcel. It is about a girl who loves to play soccer and then she gets injured and she doesn't really know where to go from there. She ends up finding an interest in robotics. And at the same time, she learns that she has a half-sister in Guatemala who is coming to live with the family, which is a bit of a change for her as well. So the book is really about adapting to change, growing. The robotics teams are really exciting because at our author talks, we actually had our robotics team come and demonstrate, which was fantastic. They could show the 5th graders, hey, next year in middle school, this is what you can be doing. They actually told us that they usually get like 20 to 30 views a week of their Facebook page. They had over 500 the week of the program. So that's a really great tangible impact that we get to make through this program. It's just so wonderful for me to see the work that the scholars do around this, to see them really engaging with the book, and to be inspired by seeing an author, you know, learning that, hey, this is a regular person like you were, you know, and she was able to live this dream of hers. So that's a really inspiring part. And again, it's one of my favorite parts of my job, honestly, is working on this. And we're so grateful for all of our partners at GRPS who make this happen every year. Okay. So we have a video showing all of the students. Oh, we're going to have you speak?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for having me. I was excited when Ms. Wall asked me to come in and speak because I've been teaching 5th grade for like about 14 years. And so I've been a part of One Book, One City from the beginning. And every year, this is like the highlight, one of the best things that I do with my 5th graders. They look forward to it each and every year. We build curriculum around it. It gives my scholars an opportunity to collaborate and build community with other 5th graders in GRPS. It gives us an opportunity to meet an author. They really like that, you know, in meeting the author, and this year specifically, I found out how many writers I actually have in my class. So it challenged me to kind of step my game up a little bit to meet their needs, because they were so interested and exciting about writing. I love the fact that all the books that have been picked from the very, very beginning, they're relatable to our students. They're culturally competent. Our students can relate to the characters in the text, which gives them a deeper meaning and understanding of what they're reading. It's just a phenomenal opportunity. They get to keep the book at the end, the projects that come out of it, the conversations, the discussion. It's just a phenomenal opportunity, and I'm glad that my 5th graders have a chance every year to be involved. So thank you.
Thank you both so much for your support with this project. As I mentioned, we do have a video for this. I want to give credit. Our library media team, Ali Kirkazu-Sampson, put this video together, did a phenomenal job, and also the whole library media team was essential in helping the One Book, One City event run when we did it at the Grand Rapids GRPS University, even though we had to postpone due to the water main break. So we were able to reschedule and do everything, and it worked out wonderfully. So without further ado, here's the video.
I could say that it was kind of relatable because just like Luce's language barrier with Solana, my family is foreign, and sometimes the language barrier can like get between us because when I'm speaking my language, I'm not the best at speaking it. Yeah, so like how Solana, the miscommunication is just like that causes some problems.
It gives me relatable things like how she plays sports and how I play sports, and that she didn't know that she was Hispanic and that I'm Hispanic as well. So that gives me lots of details to myself and her to compare. I like Mr. Matt because he reminds me of somebody in my life. I thought he was a unicorn because he's very special, because I don't think I've ever had a neighbor that would do that type of stuff.
I would describe Luz as a caring person because when Solana was in the bed crying, she used a tablet to use Google Translate to find out how Solana was feeling and why she was crying, and she just got to bond with her.
I would say my favorite character is I like her appearances in the book. Everybody's cat. Because every time when Lisa's mostly sad, the cat comes out of nowhere and just makes her feel better. I gotta say
Solana because she reminds me of my mom because she can also speak Spanish too.
My favorite part of the book is when Luce first started coding with Mr. Mac. Because it's inspired me and it's helping me grow.
I recommend to read Shine On Those Ladies because it's about being yourself.
That there's life lessons in it.
All right, so thank you very much, and you all should have also received this book that was put together for the One Book, One City event, so thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The information I will add is that when we talk about learning out loud, it's important that our young people are able to see themselves. When you talk about windows, mirrors, doors, that they're able to see themselves in literature as well as others, and then also how it extends beyond the community. And so you talk about text to self as well as text to community and text to world. And so we're always excited to partner with the public library and to offer this experience for our young people, because this demonstrates that learning and the experience takes place inside as well as outside of the walls of a classroom. Our next celebration is the Michigan Region 3 Teacher of the Year highlights, and I'm going to invite Dr. Carl Nelson as well as Ms. Stephanie Nielsen to come forward.
Good evening, Dr. Roby, President Williams, and members of the Board of Education. It is my honor to reintroduce the 2023-24 Region 3 Teacher of the Year, Ms. Stephanie Nielsen, kindergarten teacher at Shawmut Hills Academy. I have a pause in here for a hand clap. Ms. Nielsen was chosen as GRPS Teacher of the Year due to her excellence in the classroom in supporting student growth, her engagement in the whole school community through participation and leadership on the Scholar Success Team, Instructional Leadership Team, and facilitating professional learning for the staff. In addition, Ms. Nielsen has led Girls on the Run and is the founder and chairperson of the Shawmut Hills Friendship Garden. In collaboration with the staff and our school community, Ms. Nielsen has been a champion of place-based education lessons at Shawmut Hills. Her effort towards kindergarten recruitment have played a big part in the Shawmut Hills beating the projections for the incoming kindergarten classes for several years. Colleagues say she is an amazing teacher and a foundational piece of our school community that makes Shawmut Hills the type of school that anyone would be lucky to have their children at. As Region 3 Teacher of the Year, this distinction comes with some responsibilities outside of the classroom. As Mrs. Nielsen is here to share some of those, and we celebrate her in this honor. Ms. Nielsen.
Hey, quite the introduction. Thank you so much. I am just filled with so much gratitude for the experiences that I've had this year as Region 3 Teacher of the Year. My journey started last spring with a sign on Lake Michigan Drive, thanks to Dr. Tim Mabin. Any person who drove Lake Michigan Drive from May to September of last year saw my name plastered on a sign, which resulted in a lot of congratulations and attention that I just felt increasingly humbled to receive. I walked into this knowing that GRPS has the most knowledgeable and talented staff around, and after this experience, I can assure you that that's true. And I wish every GRPS staff member could have their name on a billboard on US 131, highlighting the incredible work that they do every day. So, an idea for the future. All right, so my official journey started as Artoy, Regional Teacher of the Year, officially started by joining the Michigan Teacher Leadership Advisory Council at a State Board of Education meeting last summer. The other Artoys span grade levels elementary to high school, along with special education and the arts. We've formed a strong bond, and I'm incredibly grateful for their friendship and continuous collaboration. We've just sharpened each other throughout our journey together, not only as educators, but as moms and as women and just as humans in life. So I'm just really grateful to be a part of this cohort. I was able to travel to Lansing multiple times this year for professional development and also attended some virtual meetings. MDE provided PD on various topics that are listed here. There was a focus on how we can best serve our LGBTQ+ scholars and families, which was very informative and one of my biggest takeaways from the professional development that I received. Another important topic that I think I missed up here was adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, and how they impact our scholars. So as Artoy, I was given the task to choose a platform that would be my topic for a MEMIC blog, a presentation to the State Board of Education, and any conferences that I might attend. Choosing a platform was challenging for me as I have many passions in education, like early childhood, high quality early childhood education, family engagement, and trauma-informed schools. But ultimately I landed on place-based education because I believe those other passions weave nicely into this philosophy of teaching. I chose this platform, and I choose to teach in a neighborhood school because I believe that all children deserve to have access to their communities, the outdoors, and to be equipped with the tools and agency to create positive change. Place-based education does not just have to be about going outside. It's about community engagement, creating joyful memories in the places and spaces that our scholars learn in each day. And I believe in the power of our neighborhood schools providing these experiences, and in the power of our community partners, our families, our organizations that engage with our schools as our scholars become stewards of their communities. I also had the pleasure of working with Michigan Teacher of the Year Candace Jackson as a member of the MTLAT group. We hosted her at GRPS last fall, and she was very impressed with our Shawmut middle schoolers' presentation on their Welcome Garden project, a pollinator garden, that has been steered by Miss Sarah Dreyer and our environmental consultant, Sally Triant, who I believe you'll get to hear from tonight, a little more about the Green Fellows group. But Candace said that her visit to GRPS made her a believer in place-based education. Though it was a bit nerve-wracking to have a seat at the Board of Education meeting, it was very enlightening and an experience I won't forget. I was proud to represent Grand Rapids Public Schools there and my platform of place-based education. So I was given some opportunities as Artoy, like presenting at Central Michigan University to teacher candidates, conducting mock interviews with teacher candidates at Northern Michigan University, and participating in a discussion at the DARTEP conference to discuss our teacher candidate programs. I also sought out conferences of my own choosing, like the Place-Based Education Conference and the Michigan Science Teacher Association Conference, and had the joy of collaborating with previous GRPS Teacher of the Year, Nicole Durso, science teacher at our neighboring high school union. She is also investing in the value of place-based education with her scholars, and our discussion was focused around creating equitable and accessible place-based education experiences. So the most exciting part about my experience as Artoy has been working on a legacy project with the other Artoys. We had the autonomy of choosing a project we felt would be impactful for all scholars around the entire state of Michigan, from each corner of our state and from all grade levels and areas of specialty. We determined that the greatest need in education at this moment is social-emotional health. So we've compiled some free SEL resources for educators to access, along with family night resources, and we'll be rolling this out to the ISDs soon. So I can't talk too much about it because it's not like official yet, but watch for that. And what's next is I get to continue to work on that SEL toolkit, along with continued collaboration with the other Artoys. And I'm excited to be headed to Denver, Colorado for the National Teacher Leadership Conference this summer. And I'm looking forward to being an attendee this time around, not a presenter. And so I just want to thank you so much for this opportunity. Please continue to do the outreach to nominate the best of our GRPS educators so more of them can have experiences like this and we can continue to highlight the great work that's happening around GRPS. And I'd just like to lift up and shout out my Shawmut Hills team and the work that they do every day. I wouldn't be the teacher I am without them and the other amazing people I've had the opportunity to work with throughout the whole district in my time with GRPS. They've just been nothing but supportive, and I am just humbled and grateful to work alongside of them and to be a part of this community. So thank you so much.
And how you exemplify the work of other teachers who are not necessarily lifted up in this, but you certainly are just a model of what it takes to be a teacher in public education, and so we appreciate you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Our final celebration, and this is, I think, one of significance. We have several employees who have been in our district and organization for 40-plus years, and I think that is a phenomenon that we need to lift up, because many of us, self-included, where I have had different experiences in multiple organizations, and to stay in an organization for a number of years, I think it speaks to just that level of grit and perseverance and dedication. And so we have Ms. Carrie Cooper, who is the principal of Buchanan, as well as Dr. Maida Gunnell, who is going to lift up our 40-year honorees.
Good evening, Dr. Roby, President Williams, and distinguished board members. Mrs. Carrie Cooper is here today. She's the principal of Buchanan Elementary, and she would absolutely help us with the celebration of Mrs. Cervantes.
Absolutely. Can I have Maria Cervantes come up to? Maria, you are celebrating 40 years with GRPS, and although I've only known you for a year, it didn't take long to see your love for this district, Buchanan Elementary School, and the community, because it shines through in all you do. Maria, it's my pleasure to present you with this 40-year service award. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
If we can memorialize this with a picture with Mrs. Cervantes, and I know that she has her family here, including some former GRPS staff members and current GRPS staff members. Mrs. Cervantes, you don't get to get away that easily. We want to memorialize this.
I'm so nervous.
Those who have worked with Ms. Cervantes, please come for the photo. We have some Buchanan staff here. Former staff, come on up for the photo as well. Sonia, Nancy.
Everybody ready? I got everybody. 3, 2, 1.
Right here. Do you want me to sit by you while you get a comment? Okay. I'll sit right here.
I am so honored to be here. I'm so happy. My heart is cannot stop. I'm so blessed to be here, and I'm so happy that I have worked all these 40 years. That it seems like yesterday to me, because I love what I do. I love working with so many different students, and I love the families. My college at school, you know, the teachers become my family, and I just so happy to be here. Thank you so much for these 40 years. That is, to me, was like yesterday.
Oh, I love it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at speaking, and my heart is beeping like crazy. But thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. That concludes celebrations.
All righty. Next, we are at our first opportunity for public comment on board agenda items. Ms. Lewis, if you will read us in.
If there are individuals present who wish to address the board, please fill out a public comment card located at either entrance of the board chambers. Please also read the rules on the back of the comment card concerning policy and procedure. We have 2 public comment sections of the agenda. The first one is public comment on board agendas items only. Agendas are located by the comment cards. The second public comment opportunity is for commenting on non-agenda items related to the business of the school, but not topics on the current agenda. If you wish to comment during both public comment opportunities, you will need to fill out separate cards. Individuals must completely fill out the front of the card and indicate the specific business on which they wish to comment. Please submit the completed card, the bin on the table at either entryway. Our board assistant will collect the cards submitted. We ask that speakers refrain from making abusive statements against board members, employees, volunteers, or contractors. Speakers are encouraged to present a complaint about a specific board member, employee, volunteer, or contractor through the appropriate process established under Board Policy 9450 before requesting the board's consideration. The board policies can be found on grps.org. Individuals will be invited one at a time to the podium to address the board. Before beginning your comment, please state your full name. At that time, we will start the timer, allowing each individual 2 minutes to make their comment. A 1-minute notice, you will be provided this red flag over here, and you will have only 1 minute left to speak. You will need to complete your comment time upon being notified that 2 minutes have passed. Board members do not respond to public comment. Concerns will be brought to the attention of appropriate staff. We value your input and thank you for sharing with us.
Okay. And so I will tell you who's coming down to the microphone and then who will be on deck. So we have Besaida Valdina. I'm not sure, I can't tell if that's a V or an N, but you're up first. And then we have Jessie Edmond Hill up after her. No.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. My name is Saida. I'm actually a GRPS alumni. I'm glad to see and celebrate a teacher who's been with us for 40 years. I'm here in solidarity with students, the Student Association for Leadership and Transformation, SALT students, and I'd really like to kick us off with this quote, a quote that says, "Teachers' working conditions are students' learning conditions." And I'm in here in solidarity with students who are advocating that the Grand Rapids Public Schools budget reflect in their education, their quality education, and their relationship with staff, and really in their learning environment. And we know that this really expands upon, expands further into what happens even after they graduate, or what they do after the classroom, or what they do inside the classroom as well. So I'm just here asking for investments in investments with them, and we also have 2 students that will further explain sort of what we're here for. But the first investment is immediately increasing the Grand Rapids Education Association staff and teacher salary to the county average. Right now it's pretty low. Terminating the virtual learning contract with K Elevate through 12 and invest in certified teachers. Right now it is up for voting to kind of invest again about $2.5 million, when really that should be going towards quality teachers that can really build relationship with students and support them. The other 2 are implement 1 hour daily of non-core instruction time. That's like PE, art, language for elementary students. I know how much that's meant to me, and I know how much it means to other students. And immediately increase transparency of the GRPS and GRA bargaining process. So making it allowing the public to engage and be part of these conversations that are really going to impact students, which are the folks that are spending 8 and even more hours a day in our schools. So again, I just want to really emphasize my solidarity with students, my solidarity with teachers, and hoping that the budget really reflects that they're caring for students, their teachers in our working environments. And I hope to have teachers that really work for us long term for more than 40 years that can build these relationships with their students. And I think about how much teachers have met for me, even seeing Ms. Bell. I love Ms. Bell. Okay.
Yolanda Darden, you're up next.
Hi, my name is Jessie Emden Hill, and I am a parent of a third grader in a couple days and an incoming kindergartner. I recently found out that tonight you guys are going to talk about renewing Elevate K-12. And the first time I heard about Elevate K-12 was in a board meeting just like this, and you guys were actually talking amongst yourselves, asking for clarity. And I heard something like, was that when we passed the virtual teacher? And I thought to myself, there's no way that that's what they meant. I must be missing something. You are not having kids sit in a classroom with a virtual teacher, and that's who is teaching them. But I kept on digging, and I found out, yeah, it was true. That is what you're doing. And I was shocked. And the stories I heard about not getting parents not getting responses from the Elevate teacher is just, it blows my mind. Like I said, my daughter will be in 3rd grade in 3 days. But that means next year she'll be old enough for Elevate K-12. And there's just no way, I cannot imagine her class. This year she had a long-term sub for about 12 weeks. And it was a really rough year for her classroom for a variety of reasons. And it was her in-person long-term sub that told me one day, hey, I noticed that Sadie, her mannerisms are not what they normally were. She's been bending down. She's been about to cry many times. I could look like she was about to cry. And sure enough, when I came home, I was able to talk to her, and she cried, and she told me all about this year and this tough year. And the only reason I would need to do that was because someone was in there in a classroom with her paying attention. I'm imploring you that just instead of spending this $2.4 million on an Elevate program, that you put it into the teachers, quality teachers that are in the classroom. We need teachers to pay teachers, and so our long-term subs are actually true long-term subs. We're not having long-term subs teach classrooms, and they can be there for truly pay the teachers, not to elevate. Thank you.
Yulana Darden is up next, and then Kara Shower is up next.
Good evening. My name is Yuli. I am a junior at Southwest Middle High. Today I'm here to talk about the issues GRPS has and my experience with Elevate. I took English honors in my first semester, and we have 5 different teachers starting before that. But we ended up by taking Elevate till my 3rd marking period. Elevate is a online program where online teacher teaches you from a different state. An issue I had with Elevate that we weren't able to connect with teachers online as well we connected with teachers in person. My teacher would be distracted, be watching Netflix or YouTube while we were having class. She would just be watching a show and stuff while teaching us. She was very unprofessional. She would just start talking about her family and stuff, which was really unnecessary because she lived 5 states down. And I feel this has to be called out because I failed English because of that. I have to retake my class and redo my credits because of that teacher. And of course, this is my experience with Elevate, and that was it.
Thank you. Sarah Sack-Smith is next.
Good evening. My name is Kara Shower. First, I'd just like to say I stand in solidarity with all these SALT kids. They're awesome, and their message is clear, so I'm going to address busing. Current metrics from Dean show a picture that's in direct contrast with families and scholars' lived busing experiences. On-time metrics only show if a bus got to a building when it was scheduled to be. It doesn't show if scholars were picked up or dropped off from their individual stops on time, and it doesn't show when scholars' stops are missed entirely. We need on-time metrics for each bus stop along routes, not just from bus depot to school or vice versa. People are talking about their children's stops being skipped entirely, and current metrics can't confirm or deny their experience. Parents and drivers alike would benefit from these additional metrics, as it would eliminate he said, she said between drivers and families and give a clearer picture to all of you of actual events. We also need new metrics that show total ride time for students, including all legs of their trips. So when they transfer multiple buses, we need to know how long they are on all 3 of them. As well as actual ridership volume each day, as opposed to how many people are signed up to receive busing. Because we're an opt-out district, current numbers are inflated and don't accurately reflect how many students Dean's actually transporting day in and day out, and it doesn't show how many people quit using busing throughout the year because of issues with transportation. Having that level of breakdown would allow for data analysis at building levels as well. Another gap in the current metrics is for field trips and extracurriculars. Unrelated to on-timeness, we also need our contract to allow for or even require aids for all buses to assist drivers with safety and behavior issues, as well as cameras to protect both the students and the drivers when those issues do arrive. In all of this, what we really need are leaders in GRPS and Dean who prioritize fixing the plethora of issues in our bus system before parents and caregivers even have to bring them up. In that, I would like to mention that Luke Steyer has been phenomenal to work with, but this district cannot rely on him alone to fix transportation and hold Dean accountable. We need leaders who catch problems as they arise, or better, who are proactive enough to prevent them in the first place. This past year with the Transportation Advisory Council, parents have had a chance to be involved in making improvements, and while it's very needed for us to have that, at this point, Dean and GRPS solely relying on parents to report issues and track down the accuracy of them is unsustainable. The lack of proactivity is disheartening and continues to be important.
Thank you. Sarah Sack-Smith. Next we'll have Julie Needle. Julie Needling, I think you're after Ms. Sack-Smith.
Hello, my name is Sarah Sack-Smith. I'm a GRPS parent and resident in Grand Rapids. Did you know in 2019, GRPS had the 4th highest homeless student population in the state with 670 students, 436 of them were doubled up. According to Teresa Weatherall-Neal and What's Behind the Homeless Student Crisis in Grand Rapids article from 2019, these vulnerable kids are struggling, and the community needs to come together, no agenda, and work on behalf of children and families. It's going to take multiple strategies, collaboration, and cooperation for sustainable, systematic change to happen. Dean states these youth are dropped off last and picked up first due to avoiding embarrassment of living situations. The majority do not risk this. During the 21-22 school year, according to homeless student enrollment statewide data, 76% were considered double up, 9% reported in hotels, and 11% in shelters. Under the McKinney-Vento Act, homeless children and youth are entitled to receive transportation that is comparable to what is available to non-homeless students. Section 722G4A. 2-hour bus ride times are unacceptable for families on this status. Extremely early pickup times or public bus transfers for young children also may be problematic and should be considered carefully when arranging transportation. How many vans and alternative methods have been purchased by Dean? My children have a 406 dismissal. My children's Z-Pass scan shows May 2nd at 4:21 and off at 5:15. 1 hour ride. 0 update, 0 notification. I emailed a few days later and asked what happened that day. The buses were running normal. That is not normal. I do not understand how metrics in real time, real riders, my children, how are they different? How often is that the case? Are we not tracking ride times? They are only tracked if the child scans on and off. How do you go from November 26th with 26 on-call sub-drivers to 15? What happened that Dean went from 86 full-time drivers to 79? I have many concerns with the transportation, but my primary concern is McKinney-Vento families. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, look up the Homeless Assistance Act of 1987. Thankfully, my education and experience as a social worker in our community allowed me the opportunity to learn what McKinney rights and protections meant. I am very familiar with a lot of barriers and challenges our families are facing. Children deserve better. Thank you.
Next, we have Ted Javon. Ted, I think the last name is Javw. Not sure if you're here. That's you. You'll be after Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Neatling. I am a mom of a GRPS student and GRPS alumni, GRPS neighbor, voter for a lot of you guys. Thank you. You guys are doing a great job. And a GRPS employee, and I work at North Park. I'm here to talk about the K-12 Elevate. I promise I don't watch all of the board videos. I did listen to it, parts of the finance committee thing, and as kind of as Mr. Ross was noting, this was a temporary fix last year, and it seems that it's going to be a temporary fix again, kind of a Band-Aid because we have a teacher shortage. Ms. Schottke seemed optimistic that we were in negotiations, so maybe things are going to get better with staffing. And I just want to say that the negotiations are about previously prohibited topics. So the legislation has changed, and things like evaluations, layoff and recall, placement, those things are now negotiable. And so we are talking about those things. GREA did submit proposals for salary and another proposal for salary, proposal for planning time, but those haven't been responded to. Those aren't things that are being discussed at the table because legally you guys don't have to yet because we have a 3-year contract. So that's not being negotiated. That is not being discussed. That's not getting fixed right now. And so I just wanted to clarify that this Band-Aid's gonna stay on there as long as people can kind of keep pushing it to the back burner. So I'm concerned that Elevate is enabling that. This K-12 Elevate is saying, okay, we have a little more time to breathe. We're done. We don't have any more time to breathe. It's time to do some fixing. And you guys are amazing leaders. I feel like we have the right leadership to make some very difficult choices, some very difficult decisions. I've seen it in the facilities master plan.
Thank you. Ted. And then next we'll have Gabriel Henrat. Ja. Thank you.
So I wanted to continue what she was talking about. There is a relationship between the budget item that you are talking about, a Band-Aid, and a non-budget item, which is the upcoming GREA negotiations. There is no substitute for a Stephanie Pearson. There is no substitute for a 40-year teacher. Lifelong learners need lifelong teachers. Teachers who are there in person. Teachers who are accessible. Teachers who are available. Teachers who can analyze in person the situation in a classroom. And teachers who can act as humans in relationship to other humans. These children who are going to be adults dressed in red and black are not the ones that represent the students of this district. They represent the students who are most affected by the lack of humanity, by the lack of personal, human contact. And I'm talking to the one or two of you who has not made a decision yet. And I am asking you, listen, listen, mira, mira. The budget item that you are voting on is a budget item that is meant to take away from what cannot be reproduced or replaced, and that is living, well-paid teachers. Thank you.
Lobo.
Yeah, so my name is Gabriel Zhao. I'm a junior at CA Frost. I was supposed to kick us off here, but we've since been scrambled. So I'd like to keep what I'm saying short. I'd like to open with a question to all of you guys who are out there. How many of you have stood up in this position where I am right now, demanding change? Now, how many of you have been here and have vacancies in your schools? There's going to be a lot of you guys out here. Now, for us as students, we know who are filling these vacancies. But do the parents out here, does the community know who's filling these vacancies? I venture to say most of your parents do not. I mean, we can see it in this room as I am standing here. This district has taken away what made teaching such a valued profession by digitizing it. You have scabbed your teachers. You have scabbed your union. These vacancies have ravaged middle and high schools, and there's over hundreds of them set to be. These vacancies are also ravaging our elementary schools, who are supposed to be getting 3 hours of non-core instruction weekly, who are not, who need to be getting 5 hours weekly. These vacancies are affecting all of us. We demand here as students, standing in solidarity with our teachers union, with each other, representing each other and ourselves, that you change this. We demand that this district invests in our teachers. We demand that this district invests in our classrooms, and we demand that this district invests in us, because we are the crops of your future. We are the leaders of tomorrow, and they are the cultivators of tomorrow. They are the ones who develop us, teach us, and create everything we have in this world.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maya Lobo, and I'm a sophomore attending GRPS District, and I'm a part of SALT, Student Association for Leadership and Transformation. I'm here today to share the SALT student budget demands with school board members, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and General Counsel, and Chief Financial Advisor. We ask you to invest in a student's quality education for a thriving student experience. Our demands are the following. First, immediately increase the Grand Rapids Education Association staff and teacher salary to the county average. Increasing teacher pay would encourage more qualified, certified, and culturally appropriate teachers who want to work in GRPS and help create a positive experience for us. It would also support both the mental health of us as students and our teachers. Teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. Second, terminate the virtual learning contract with Elevate K-12 and invest in certified teachers. During the pandemic, we saw students fall behind with virtual learning. Currently, $5 million is being spent on virtual teachers rather than long-term and qualified ones. This type of learning is not nearly as effective and hurts the students as well. Third, implement 1 hour daily of non-core instruction such as PE, music, art, language for elementary students. In elementary school, classes helped us to express ourselves. These classes help us discover our skills and passions. It also lets us work together and resolve conflicts and support our confidence early on. This time also allows our teacher to have planning time, which helps them feel less overworked and more able to help younger students learn. Fourth, immediate transparency of the GRPS and GREA bargaining process. As an association for student voice, SALT has noticed that we aren't often included in decisions that impact our learning and school experience, and neither are our families and other adults in the community who care about us. We would like to see union negotiations be more public so that everyone can understand how these decisions are being made, enable student and community support and district decisions, and promote community engagement and accessibility. Thank you for your time.
Carmen as Avocido. I don't even know what the last thing is. Something that looks like something DZ. If that is who you are, I'm not sure if it's a U, a V, a W, not sure. But that first name is Carmen, so you'll be up next.
Okay. Hello guys, my name is Karina Rodriguez. I'm a sophomore at City High Middle School and I'm here with SALT. I'd rather much be at home studying for my exam tomorrow, but I'm okay with being here today. Before I go over my demands and my experience, I want you all to recognize that we are not here to speak down on GRPS, and we are here to criticize and show how we feel about what our learning conditions are. We are here to show that we care enough to create a change in GRPS, and as many say, change starts with us. We are here and we are the legacy. The demand I want to focus on is immediately to increase the GREA's staff and teacher salary to the county average and to terminate Elevate K through 12. Earlier today, through an interview, I was asked why as a student should we care about teacher pay? Teacher pay is our pay. No, it's not our pay in checks, but it's our pay in education. The teacher shortages are outrageous in our district, outrageous enough that we have to spend millions of dollars in teachers that aren't physically there. Us as students need teachers who we can grow a connection with and a trusted adult that we feel like we could go to. I have a teacher, my fifth hour teacher, she's amazing. She's always asking to students how we feel, and I can't have that connection with somebody that's online. Considering that most of our district is made of student minorities, it is your responsibility to ensure that we have the education that we deserve. Please use these millions of dollars that you are using for real teachers here. We know that it's possible, otherwise we wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen, and then we'll have Lily Rodos Diaz.
Hi, my name is Carmen Adriana Acevedo Hernandez. I attend City High Middle School, and I'm here with other students who are part of SALT. I'm here tonight to talk about how the district needs to invest in students' quality education by bettering the working conditions inside the district. One of the ways by doing this is to open up the bargaining process. Most districts have public or even collective bargaining process. This helps to create trust and bond between the community and the educational district. In my personal experience, my mom was a teacher, and we didn't even have an open bargaining process in my city. It was super concerning for her, the school, our family, and the students, not knowing with certain what was going to happen because the ones taking the decisions do not tell us. It's not a pretty feeling. We are here not asking for much, just for you to be more open about what happens during the bargaining process. One document, one video, one broadcast, anything is helpful for us to know how our education is being managed. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily, and then we'll have Rosida Maita Quintana. Am I?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lily Rodas Diaz, and I'm a sophomore at City High School, and I'm here with SALT. I'm here tonight to talk about how the district needs to invest in implementing 1 hour of daily non-core instruction, for example, PE, music, art, language, etc., for elementary students. I believe that implementing 1 hour daily of non-core instruction is something super important for our future generations because it's something that I've personally connected to. When I was in elementary school, I had the opportunity to have all of these non-core instruction classes, such as music, and because I had these classes, I was able to expand my interests. In 4th grade, I decided to join a choir program, and that's when I started to become passionate about music. In this choir program, not only did I get to enjoy the music aspect of it, but I was able to connect with other people from different ages and different grades as we all had the same interest.
And I believe this is where I was able to learn these skills such as socializing, working with others, and etc. I continued on in this choir program until 6th grade, and then I joined my school's band. I continued my passion for music throughout middle school and now throughout my high school career. Music is where I've always felt where I could be my most creative self and enjoy time with other people with the same interests as me. Music is still one of my main passions, and I hope to pursue it throughout my life.
1 minute.
And I really owe it to those non-core instruction classes, and I honestly really just can't imagine not having those same opportunities, which is why I believe this is something that should be implemented. Thank you.
Kiera?
Hello, I am Briseida Mata, and I am an upcoming senior at City High Middle. I want to start off by recognizing that we are a very privileged school when it comes to staffing in our building. I don't think I've ever had experience with K-12, but I definitely have heard some of our SALT members who attend other schools, for example, Southwest. And I just want to start off by mentioning it's a predominantly Hispanic school, and we have schools that are predominantly Hispanic and brown who are getting these programs. It's important to recognize that the graduation rate between black and brown communities are significantly lower. And it is very important for us to nurture those areas that are more needed. Starting off with, I'm gonna
Take
get
your time.
emotional,
Take your
but
time.
Some kids, I don't want to cry. This is embarrassing. Okay.
All right.
Kleenex. Okay. I have had a friend who had a rough home situation, and the only adult she trusted was her teacher. I don't know why I'm crying. Oh my god. And I couldn't imagine having this person not be here today because she didn't have that connection with their teacher. Taking away a human connection from a child that could ultimately end up saving their life is insane. Okay, I need to stop. But I just want to say that having a teacher in person it just creates a nurturing relationship between a teacher and a student that cannot be had within a screen. And it would be something that you could never ultimately end up fulfilling if a child's life is lost due to them having no one to talk to. And that's it. I can't.
And after Mr. Kiera, we'll have Michael Seguize. I'm sorry if I'm murdering y'all names. I apologize.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Odin Kiara. I use he, him pronouns, and I go to Museum High High School. I'm here today with Saul, and I'm going to be talking about terminating the virtual learning contract with Elevate K-12 and investing in in-person certified teachers. This school year was my first year in high school, and I didn't have a real math teacher. I had an Elevate K-12 teacher, and I'm sad to say that I passed my class with a C-. I've always been at least a B+ and higher averaging student, and this year I really struggled, and I was one of the best performing students in my classroom. We have about 29 students in my classroom, and there's about 5 of us that actually try to get our work. And if I was able to get a C-, what about the kids who aren't able to get a C-? What about the kids who have learning problems and stuff? I'm kind of going off script, but I just really feel for the kids who can't, because I had to go home every night, try to teach myself the math. And math is one of the basic necessities that I'm going to need for every class that I take in high school. I had a project in science class, and I couldn't do it because I didn't have a math teacher helping me. I just want to ask that you guys invest the money that you guys are using, the millions of money you're using on Elevate, to have an in-person teacher to help us. We're supposed to be your legacy. We're supposed to have good MAP scores, good SAT scores, but you guys aren't giving us the basic help that we need to have those things. Well, I want to be your future. I want to be older. When I'm older, to come back in GRPS and invest in what you guys are doing. But I'm not going to be able to do that if you guys are investing in me. I'm not going to be able to accomplish my goals and what I want to do as an adult if I'm not getting the basic math class that I need in 9th grade. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Seguenza, he, him, and I attend Wyoming High School. And I'm here in support of my friends, family, and the rest of SALT. I'm going to talk about today the lack of 1 hour daily non-core instruction, also called specials in Grand Rapids Public Schools, specifically the elementary schools. I was truly shocked and saddened when I discovered that kids in some Grand Rapids Public Schools were not receiving their mandatory 3 hours a week specials due to a lack of teachers, which is also due to a lack of proper funding. Although I have never attended Grand Rapids Public Schools, I know very well the importance specials have in our future generation's heart. I personally loved specials when I was younger, and they truly made me the person I am now. I love music, I love art, and I love computers. And reading in a library, being read to by my specials library teacher is something I will always hold dear to me. When I really found out that these kids were receiving less than 3 hours, and that the fact that the minimum isn't even 5 hours a week, I was really shocked. I'm like, how is that even possible? Why is this happening? This is the future. This is our legacy. We are the legacy. How are we going to let that happen to the younger kids? And earlier today, as we saw how important the single book was to these kids, how much they love this. Imagine how much they love specials. Imagine. Thank you.
Thank you. Gayla Rodriguez, followed by Arcela Charles Geronimo.
Hello, my name is Natalie. I graduated from GRPS last year. I just finished my first year at the University of Michigan. I'm back because I'm passionate about GRPS in my community and the youth in my community. And I'm here to talk about the teachers' pay and how I believe that their pay should be raised, because I have my friends who also attend college in Grand Valley, and they are actually pursuing education and want to become teachers. But I ask them, I'm like, oh, where do you plan to teach? Would you ever go back to GRPS and teach? And they're like, GRPS? Like, are you kidding me? Like, have you looked at the teacher's like salary? And I'm like, oh, okay. So like that just hurts like my soul, because like, why wouldn't you want to come back and give back to your community? And it's like, yes, like so you can have so much passion to teach these kids, but there's a certain amount of passion that goes such long ways when you have a family to feed, when you have, these people that you have to like care for. Obviously, money takes a place. So with that being said, these are SALT's demands, and we just hope you hear us out.
Thank you. Arcela, am I saying right? And Nadalin Romas is next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Arceli Charles Geronimo. I attend City High Middle School, and I came along with SALT. Throughout the years of being a GRPS student, I've came to a realization that there is a great problem revolving around the availability of in-person certified teachers. Ever since the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a drastic increase in online teachers, which has caused students to not properly learn. I believe that the virtual learning contract with elevated K through 12 should be terminated, and to invest in certified in-person teachers. Disclaimer, this is a story of someone who wasn't able to join us today. In 9th grade, I had a virtual long-term substitute teacher the entire year. Throughout that year, I learned not a single thing. The substitute would only do attendance roll call and would leave us alone for the rest of the period. When the substitute would teach, when he even tried to, he would put little to no effort, leaving not only me, but the entire class confused. The students of GRPS need the budget to be put towards better qualified and hardworking staff to allow the GRPS legacy to grow and prosper. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nadalian Romas. Spell N-A-L, it looks like A-N-I, Romas.
Good evening. My name is Nalani Ramos and I go to City High Middle School. I'm here with SALT. I'm here to talk about how having the Elevation K-12 system is inefficient. I will say it is an honor to go to a school that was named one of the best in the state, but why are students just a couple blocks away getting half of the education that I am? When COVID hit in 2020, I decided to do virtual learning. My experiences were not good. I wasn't getting the full learning experience or getting the help I needed. During the school year, I got the worst grades I've ever gotten. So this is almost the same case, but the students are in the classroom, yet the issues are still the same. I've heard from other students that their classmates are on their phones and are disrupting their class. I don't think this is worth double the salary that could go to one teacher actually helping the students learn. Let's invest in real qualified teachers so that our students are getting the very best learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Orlando Mata Quintana. Orlando? Orlando Mata Quintana. Okay, wonderful. Najaya, and I can't see if this is L-O-A or L-A-R, or it's not clear. First name is N-A-D-J-I-A. Are you here? Okay.
Hi, my name is Nadia Lohr. I am a freshman at City High Middle School. I am here with SALT. I have attended GRPS schools since the 6th grade, and I am now in 9th grade, and over the years I have noticed a lot, such as the involvement of an in-person certified teacher. We are all well aware of the large shortage of teachers over the years. Teachers noticeably have a very large impact on the students' lives, and without them collectively teaching the classrooms and not having that impact on students, it makes it a lot more difficult to wake up in the morning and come to school. They deserve a lot better than what they're getting. Nowadays, with how the world is becoming, it's becoming a lot more than just having a profession to teach. Teachers need to be able to pay their bills and tend to their needs. I remember when I went to Aldrin Middle School in the 6th grade through 7th grade, and we didn't have a science teacher to where in science class, we had to use an app called Ingenuity in order to learn basic 7th grade level subjects in science class. This wasn't at all educational or helpful. I also remember the teachers I had then who were amazing and really had a part to play in the person I am today. When I transitioned to City High Middle School, I was able to learn a lot more and actually was more in tune due to the fact that I had a real teacher teaching me.
1 minute.
Students deserve to have the opportunity to have a teacher who has an impact, and students also deserve so much more than they're getting, considering so many of them have such an impact on our lives. Thank you for your time.
Isabella Pino. And after her is Journey Knight. Isabella?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabella Quinones. I go to Southwest Middle High. I'm in the 9th grade. I'm a part of SALT. I'm here tonight to talk about my experiences with virtual learning and how it's affected my learning. I have lots of issues with concentration due to my ADHD. During COVID, these demands of orientation and the rapid change from in-person to online learning, these rapid changes have affected me academically and socially. It has been hard for me to catch up, not only academically, but socially. The understaffing and long-term subs and virtual teaching has made it much harder for me to get the help I need. All of these different issues have made it more difficult for me to learn and fit in. I am here to ask that you invest in teachers, which means investing in students.
Thank you. Next we have. Next we'll have Abigail Singeza. Last name I can't. I don't know what the first letter is. The first two, in fact. I hope Abigail. I can't tell if it's an E, an A, L. Oh, do you see?
Abigail Singeza It looks like a G or a, okay.
Okay, wonderful. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Journey Knight, and I'm a member of the youth group SALT that has other members who have spoken today. However, something that sets me apart from the group is that I do not attend a GRPS school. Instead, I attend our meetings and hear stories from GRPS students. Recently, I was told a story about how Elevate K-12, a program meant to uplift students, actually resulted in many of them being held back due to their support needs not being met. It is common sense to recognize that not all students are the same. Therefore, their needs for support aren't the same either. While some may thrive in online classes, others suffer. It is anything but fair to force these students who need support to fend for themselves with a person on the screen who does not meet their needs. This support is meant to be provided by the true teachers. The teachers who come in every day, who stay a few minutes after class to help a struggling student, and who ask their students how their students' days are going and actually care about their responses. Not the ones who log in, lecture, and log out once their job is done. Teaching is more than the lessons. The lessons are not what students remember years down the road. What we will remember is how our teachers supported us regardless of how we struggled, the excitement they had when teaching their favorite lessons, and their waves and smiles seeing us off at graduation. I know I won't remember what Y equals MX plus B means in 5 years, probably just 1 year. But I'm sure to remember what it felt like to be able to achieve my goals when I truly felt elevated. Thank you.
Lisa Vander Zoen.
Hello, everybody. My name is Abby Seguenza Zoleta, and I'm speaking here today along with the SALT students. Graduation season has approached quickly, and it's a beautiful journey which begins as young as kindergarten. I think back to my elementary days, and I was very surprised to hear that some students today within GRPS are not experiencing the 1 hour daily of the non-core instruction. It was elementary school, which where my passion grew for music. I look around at the students behind me speaking today. Many come from different backgrounds, some whose parents may have migrated from Mexico to come to America to get the best education possible. But is that what we're giving our students? I'm now 18, no longer the young elementary student who loved music, but I've loved it enough to decide to pursue a career in music education. And I just recently received a scholarship through the Golden Apple Scholar so I can teach in low-income schools. But I want to teach where I feel valued. I asked to put our budget towards student needs and quality experience. Our staff deserves better pay for GRPS employees. If we are saving money from closing schools and state funds, then why are we not seeing the same investments in the district staff? I'm asking for the board, the CFO, labor relations, and labor groups to work together to create a district plan to invest in staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa. After Lisa, we'll have Marion Russell.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Lint Vanderzowen. I'm the parent of 2 GRPS students. I spoke to you before about the K-12 teacher in my daughter's middle school in the 6th grade and how that is not going well. I was going to elaborate on that, but these young people have done a good job. So instead, I kind of wanted to highlight the importance of having a teacher in the classroom and the relationship that builds with your student. Virtual teachers don't notice when your kid is having a hard time sitting still and may need some quiet time. They can't be there to rub your kid's back when they're having a panic attack. They can't take your kid outside to learn in the fresh air when it's a beautiful day and read to them under the trees. They can't be there to tell you when your kid's having a hard time with friends and comfort you if you're having a bad day because you're a parent and they know how hard it is to raise kids, and when you want your children to be good students and good members of society. We love GRPS, and my kids have had some of the best teachers I've ever met, probably better than some of the teachers I've had myself. We love the district, but we don't love virtual learning. Our kids need a teacher in their classroom for so many reasons. They need to feel a connection in order to learn. And you guys can make that happen, so please do that for them.
Hello, and thank you for listening to me today. My name is Marion Russell. I have a daughter. Her name is Brenda Russell, and she's 9 years old. She attends Southwest Academia Bilingual. I'm here to talk about the McKinney-Vento Act. The primary purpose, for those of you who don't know, is the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act is a federal law created to support the enrollment and education of homeless students. McKinney-Vento is intended to provide homeless students the same educational opportunities as housed students by removing as many barriers to learning for homeless students as possible. I've been an educator for 15 years now. I found myself in a domestic violence situation where I had to leave my home and my job with my daughter and my son. I'm in a safe house, and I was denied busing for my daughter because I was told that it was not affordable. And if they gave everybody busing like I was asking for, which was to and from my front door, then the GRPS would have no money left. I talked to Dean Transportation, as well as my homeless liaison, as well as my housing advocate about this problem multiple times. I have multiple emails back and forth letting me know that that wasn't possible. A $25 gift card was possible. Something that I couldn't do was bring my daughter back and forth to school every day. I have a 1-year-old, and also, as I said, I'm in a safe house. At that time, it wasn't safe for me and my children to be out in the community due to death threats. And I just feel like I was not heard when I went through the proper chain of commands initially, and it's something that has been bothering me, and I think that there needs to be light on this situation. I appreciated the gift cards, and they did help when I could get my daughter to school, but my daughter, who had perfect attendance for 3 years, missed over 20 days of school because I couldn't get her back and forth. So something needs to change.
Lucas, community member and proud GRPS parent. A company like Dean Transportation should not exist. Outsourcing of buses and drivers is corporate welfare of the first degree. Most recently, this private corporation got free electric buses from the government. They got a literal free ride, and we still get to pay them for it. Tonight, you'll see a rosy presentation from Dean. It will include no data to show metrics for performance on field trips or arts or sports, where they recently very famously screwed up. The data conveniently omits the drop in full-time bus drivers lately. The report will also conveniently omit the recent use of a bus driver's GoFundMe to help with health issues against them. People say I'm harsh, but I would never wake up and do that to somebody. Dean should not be renewed for another contract ever again. And if they are, any contract should be short-term and probationary. That contract should have requirements for the publication of salary tables, including executive pay, so we the people can see exactly where our money goes. And they should have financial penalties for failures. As soon as possible, this district needs to exercise rights to buy the fleet back and fire Dean Transportation. Take back these operations, hire the right kinds of people to do them, and finally serve our students and our families the way they deserve to be as first-class members of our future rather than second-class citizens left by the curb. And Ms. Lewis, I'm going to use my last few seconds to thank you for actually showing up to a board meeting, because every board I serve on right now would have kicked me out by now for your attendance level.
Well, you know,
and our
I
students would
called the
also be
state.
in trouble for
I
the
called
same.
state,
And I would
they said
also
I don't
thank
have-
all of you for looking up, because you've been looking down during this meeting, something that these students are not typically allowed to do with their devices in class when being spoken to. So thank you for behaving reciprocally for the most part. Good night.
Neiman. And after Jane is Kelly Moore.
Good evening. Superintendent Roby, I did not bring my cowbell from mine chair. I hope you're proud of me for that. Okay, but it is in my room. President Williams, members of the board. A lot has already been said. I would just like to remind and ask the board that as you vote on the purchasing agenda tonight, that you consider not only are you approving, would you be approving almost $2.5 million to pay Elevate K-12, but don't forget there's probably another $2 million or more to pay EduStaff for the people in the room. So you're not actually approving $2.5 million, you're approving closer to $5 million. And I think that's important to remember. And I just want to say that some of these kids are our kids. I have never been a prouder GRPS teacher than I have been tonight. I mean, well, maybe I've been a proud GRPS teacher for a long time. But the well-spokenness, the caring that these kids have, the experiences they get, I mean, we taught these kids. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of the district and the kids the scholars that come out of our schools that have a caring heart and really want to be the best that they can be. It makes me so proud. And I really hope and pray that you will move to remove the Elevate K-12 renewal from your purchasing agenda. And I would also ask that the board make a motion that the district's bargaining team consider our salary proposal sooner rather than later. We have a meeting coming up at the end of this month, and we would love to see that on the table. We know that legally there is no requirement for GRPS to bargain with us on salary, but we aren't asking because of that. We're asking because we feel it is necessary. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kelly Moore, and I am a parent of a student at Sierra Frost Elementary. I'm a parent of a 2-month-old, and we are going to try to get through this without either of us crying. No promises. I am here to speak about the daily struggles and real costs that our family endures due to the unreliable transportation provided by Dean Transportation. Because we cannot trust Dean, we have to pay for before-school care, which is an added financial burden on our family. In the afternoons, we have had to change our work schedule and at numerous times leave work early just to go pick up our daughter because the bus did not come. This is a true and realized cost of time and money that parents are spending trying to cope with the ineffective system of transportation. As a parent, I demand better. I can no longer tolerate the excuses. Dean Transportation has known about these issues for years and yet still accuses parents of lying when we report that our child isn't picked up by the bus, as if we have nothing else to do with our time but make up lies. Our daughter has been left on the bus for over an hour and a half. These experiences are not captured anywhere in the metrics that Dean Transportation self-reports to this board. I am not aware of any other industry that allows a vendor to self-report on metrics they handpick. It's easy to present success when you get to ignore your failures. GRPS must demand actual accountability. When parents, students, and staff are stuck picking up the pieces due to poor communication, it is clear that more needs to be done. GRPS must do more than just say they're going to hold Dean accountable. I have an 8-year-old daughter, and when she gets punished, I don't tell her things like I'm going to throw away all of your toys because she knows that I'm not going to follow through. Dean knows that this district will not hold them accountable, and they continue to provide subpar service daily to our scholars as a result. It is imperative that you guys take control because no parent should ever have to get a message like this from their child.
My bus driver literally drove past our house. And I was trying to explain to her that she drove past our house.
Time. Thank you. Wow. Seth Moore. Seth Moore.
Play it again, Seth.
My name is Seth Moore. Good evening, members of the board. I am a parent of a student at C.A. Frost Elementary. I want to address the ongoing issues of transportation in this district, specifically the need for metrics that matter. Currently, the metrics utilized by Dean Transportation do not reflect the lived experiences of our students, parents, and staff as they utilize Dean for transportation to field trips, to and from school, athletics, and all other events. As a parent who has been utilizing these services for years now, I'm incredibly frustrated by the lack of improvement year over year. We keep bringing things up and nothing's changing. I have numerous experiences with Dean Transportation not knowing the location of my child. These experiences have been truly terrifying as a parent, and they continue to happen as recently as last month. There have been instances where I've been directly lied to by Dean Transportation as to the location of my daughter. I was told she was on a bus. She was in the playground. It's frustrating. As a result of these ongoing issues, I have completely lost trust in Dean Transportation to provide safe and reliable transportation to any scholar in this district. It's time for us to take back our busing, and it's time for us to control the outcomes that our students get. Thank you.
Yes, Policy Committee will be meeting on Tuesday, tomorrow at 4:30 here in the Lyman Park Administration Building. It's Conference Room 101. Ad Hoc Facilities Committee will be meeting on Tuesday, June 11th at 4:30 in the conference room here in Lyman Parks, Conference Room 112.
Next, we'll have our committee chair update by the Finance Committee. Ms. Shockey?
Sorry, was there any more comment cards?
Ms. Shockey?
Okay, good evening, everyone. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday, May 28, and we had a very robust agenda, including the purchasing agenda that we've heard a lot about this evening. Vast majority of that agenda is readying us for the next academic year, so you see a lot of renewals for software and licensing and curriculum. I'm sad that Dee Jones is not with us tonight because you also see some, oh, Dee, you're here. We are making investments in esports on this purchasing agenda. So we are delighted to bring forward that opportunity for our scholars as we look to next year. We also have our blanket purchase orders on the agenda this evening. That is an annual process for us. Those blanket purchase orders are purchases that we make on a regular basis with vendors throughout the year and allows us to set a threshold before that comes back to the board for approval. So things like copy paper and paper towel and things like that. We also received Budget Amendment 2 with some slight adjustments. We always receive this budget amendment before the end of the academic year with net gains in our general fund and debt retirement accounts. But we are seeing a continued use of fund balance in our special revenue budget due to nutrition services expenses. And simply increasing food costs are outpacing our federal reimbursements. And so I'm grateful for those of you who are advocates for this kind of thing in the audience tonight, because this is something we definitely need to talk to our legislators about at the federal level so that we can advocate for better funding for nutrition services across the country, but certainly in GRPS. We also received a brief update on the May Consensus Revenue Estimating Conference. That's when the state gathers together all its data to say, where are we at financially? And we are seeing at the state level increases in the general fund, but decreases in school aid funding. And that's a result of a decrease in sales tax revenue this last year. And so as we look at what's going to happen to per pupil funding, we're seeing a decrease in what's estimated for scholars. That is a decrease and increase to make things more complicated. So over the last 3 years, we've seen increases around $400+ in per pupil funding. This year, between the governor, the House, and the Senate proposals, we're likely to see an increase of $217 to $241 per pupil. So that is a change in what we're seeing at the state level. There's also some conversation about a healthy general fund balance at the state level, and if there's an opportunity now to move higher ed funding out of the school aid budget back into the general fund, which would relieve some pressure on the school aid budget. So lots happening legislatively that we hope there might be an impact on to continue to benefit public schools. And I know we'll have a lot to talk about at the purchasing agenda, so I can hold any questions until then.
And then we have superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Happy June. Today was the last Monday of the 23-24 school year, and as well as the last full day. We have an abbreviated schedule as we are closing out 23-24 for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with the final day of our school year being on Thursday, June 6th, which kind of leads us into our summer hours. As we roll into our summer hours, our district will be closed beginning Friday, March 21st through, June 21st. I'm just saying dates. I apologize. June 21st through Friday, August 9th. Business hours will be open to the public from 8 to 4, and we will make sure that, of course, we observe the holidays of Juneteenth as well as the 4th of July holiday. Loop programming begins June 17th and will run through July 25th. That's Monday through Thursday. And then our summer school programs will be the same schedule as June 17th through July 25th, in person, Monday through Thursday. Additional reports, I'm going to invite Mr. Luke Steyer to come forward to talk about specifically, as we are closing out stocking in East Leonard and the farewell celebrations that are taking place this week.
Good evening, President Williams, Dr. Roby, and esteemed board members. I'm here with a reminder about our farewell celebrations the next 2 nights at Stocking in East Leonard. This work is tied to Strategic Theme 6 to create a culture of trust, collaboration, and stewardship by engaging our community as partners. So there's the reminder of the times. Our celebration at Stocking is tomorrow from 5 to 7, and our celebration at East Leonard is on Wednesday evening. Our goal is to come together as a community and kind of have a reunion, celebrate decades of learning at both locations. We'll provide a welcoming space for families, staff, neighbors, alums, former staff to come together and share memories. We'll have cupcakes and drinks. We'll also be giving attendees magnets and postcards honoring Stocking in East Leonard to be able to take home with them. We'll have a brief program each night at 6 o'clock for attendees to join in. Tomorrow at Stocking, we'll be celebrating during that program, we'll be celebrating in song by singing the same song that they sung at the opening celebration in 1924 at Stocking. We found the program from that. And then I have exciting news about East Leonard. After weeks and weeks of searching, today we found a time capsule. So we will open a time capsule on Wednesday at the East Leonard celebration. We're very excited for that. And I just wanted to give a little bit of information about how we communicated with our community about both of these events. In early May, we sent postcards to more than 8,000 homes around Stocking and East Leonard. We've also sent 2 emails to our full mailing list. It's been on our website. We worked with local media to help spread the word. I know some of them will be doing stories tomorrow ahead of the events. And we're just really excited to, as a community, come together over the next 2 nights to celebrate about 7 decades of learning in the East Leonard building, and as we celebrate 100 years at Stocking this year. That is all.
Thank you.
Right. We're looking forward to those celebrations. Our next report is through Dean Transportation. This is their quarterly update, and this is specific around strategic theme 1 and 6, meeting scholars' holistic needs, as well as creating a culture of trust, collaboration, and stewardship. And so I'm going to invite the Dean Transportation team to come forward.
Good evening, President Williams, Dr. Roby, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and share our quarterly update this evening. I'm proud to be with my team here. My name is Patrick Dean. I'm proud to serve as president of Dean Transportation and share our update as I have the last couple quarters on behalf of our team. We've got our full team here today. With me is my brother Christopher Dean, who's our Director of Innovation. He's going to talk a little bit about technology and our electric vehicle investments. Brian Thrasher, our Vice President in charge of business at Dean Transportation. Also, Kevin Harkness, who's our Regional Operations Manager. Kevin's behind the scenes supporting Bruce Grant and Lisa Pearson, who are in the audience, who manage our day-to-day operations as Transportation Director and Assistant Director. Also in the audience with us is Lee Helmer, who's our Director of Operations, supporting the team behind the scenes. So we're proud to share our update this month with the Board of Education. Since our last meeting, we want to share some highlights as we close out this academic year. On April 25th and May 15th, we held open houses at the Transportation Office. We appreciate those families that came over to see our transportation facility, the infrastructure, the technology, got a chance to walk through our office, which is at the old or the current operations building of GRPS, has been there for a number of years, and we're looking forward to additional discussions about the facility in the long term. But we were proud to share the day with both daytime hours and evening hours with parents that came over, a couple staff members that got a chance to actually see transportation in action, see what goes into the day-to-day operations, all the logistics, all the different moving parts that happen to move yellow buses throughout Grand Rapids Public Schools. GRPS is one of the most complicated student transportation systems that we operate in the state of Michigan. That's due to the investments in certain theme schools and tenants boundaries. And I know we're working closely with the team to continue to evaluate efficiencies long term as we look to reimagine the district, and we're proud to do that work with you. We've also had our Transportation Advisory Committee, which has been a very effective committee to collaborate on ideas and efforts for not only this school year, but also in the future. Parents have brought suggestions and constructive feedback as we've talked about student transportation. So we encourage anybody that's interested in participating in this group to continue to join us. We'll have a QR code up here on the next slide to sign up. We only have a few schools represented right now, and we'd really like to have a better cross-section of the district represented and hear feedback from multiple buildings on different programs. So encourage anybody that's interested in becoming an active part of that transportation committee to sign up, and we'll share the QR code in a minute. We continue to support transportation technology. Chris will share a little bit about that. Being at district events to help folks get signed up on the Z-Pass card system, along with Here Comes the Bus app. We also still maintain a daytime on-call support staff that can respond to questions that folks may have about how to use their phone or how to set up the application. One of the things that we've talked to the board about and the administration about that was a key takeaway from prior conversations and meetings was to develop an online system of tracking complaints or concerns or even positive shout-outs to drivers or staff that are on the road. We're pleased to report that we collaborated with the district on that. You can go to the transportation page on GRPS's website and submit any online feedback form. That is transparently shared with the administration and our transportation department, and our team responds to the district administration if questions or concerns are needing follow-up or follow-up is provided to the district administration on online feedback forms that are submitted. So that was a big takeaway of one of our meetings last quarter. And we're proud to say that that's live and active, and we'll share a little bit data here later in the presentation. We're continuing to hire. Like many industries, hiring is continuing to be a challenge, especially in transportation. I know if you've never driven a school bus, if you've driven a car around Grand Rapids, there's some challenges that come with driving a car, but let alone a 35-foot school bus down our narrow roads and some of the construction we've experienced. So we're continuing to recruit qualified and great staff that want to be part of transportation, but ultimately support Grand Rapids Public Schools and support getting kids to school every day or home from school every day. So we held open interview events March 14th, 26th, April, May. I won't read all the dates. We have an additional big event coming up on the 12th and 13th of this month, so we encourage anybody that's interested in joining the Dean team. It's a 6 to 8 week training process to be on the road as a school bus driver if you have no qualifications. So now is the time to get ready to start for this fall. So we're continuing to do those efforts, and you may even see some of our Facebook and social media advertising along with radio commercials for next week's event. So we're continuing to support the Reimagine plans, attending our expo and transition nights and town halls, and being available wherever we're asked by the district leadership to be available for parents and staff to answer questions. So we want to share these updates. I know Brian Thrasher is going to share a little bit about the April metrics reports. We're submitting these to the district by the 15th of each month following operations that cover the day-to-day on-time performance along with some additional information and insight. I'll leave this there for just a second as we transition for anybody that's interested in Transportation Advisory Committee. So Brian, you want to share a little bit about the metrics reports?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present to the board tonight. As has been mentioned earlier, that's correct. The on-time performance metrics, in this case for April, reflect 6,455 school stops tested at the schools, both in the morning and in the afternoon. The runs that these stops that serve these stops and these school stops typically range between 3 and 5 tiers. By that, as we shared in the past, by way of example, in the afternoon and in the morning, a single bus or run may serve 3 to 5 different schools. So that's part of the logic that was built into working with a district to test the metrics at this level, is knowing that if you can get to the next school on time, then there's also an inference that you're hitting stops between those schools on time. To the point of some of the questions, certainly that is not a stop-by-stop indicator, but it is a big picture school-to-school indicator that we've been measuring this throughout this period. We've continued to build the data throughout the year on behalf of the district, certainly starting back in October, working through the tough inclement weather months of the year. January was clearly the tough weather month this year. But now we're just about ready to wrap up the May data, and we'll have that to the district in the next few days. A little bit later, we're going to have another presenter share some of the new field trip metrics we've been working with the district on. And that is something that we're going to augment this initial submission that we provided to the board with some additional data points. But a couple other pieces just to update the board on, which is that our local team, and they can speak more to it later, but our local team has been working closely with Luke Steyer and providing work on building weekly reports for things like doubled up runs. When we say that, that would be if we hit a point where we do not have enough sub-drivers or on-call drivers to cover a run, and we're sending out notices of a split run, that would be a double up. So we're actually tracking each time that happens and providing that back to the district, measuring that. By way of example, in April, when we looked back, we had 152 instances of a route being doubled up, and that was out of a potential, depending on how the calendars fall day to day, that could range from 7,000 to 8,500 potential routes for a month with 16 days, and it just really varies on which days we're serving, because different days of the week have different numbers of scheduled transports. So to put that in context, that represented 1.8% to 2.2% of the total routes that were scheduled for the month in April. Additionally, some of the additional breakouts we're looking at, rather than trying to measure it anecdotally, is evaluating what seems to be like what's the leading indicator, because our experience has been that it's really driven by absenteeism on an unpredictable level. Just calling, sometimes it's as simple as whether it's a flu bug going through the community or just a disproportionate number of leaves at any given time. But as we're covering, the number one piece that we've also seen tie into that is, not surprisingly, it's open runs. We would expect that less familiarity with the run when a sub is covering it obviously is going to be a bigger challenge rather than having that regular driver out there. We all appreciate that. And so what we've measured now over a prolonged period of time is that that's about a 4.5% differential. The other differential that stands out that we don't think is surprising, but we wanted to measure it over a period of time, and we're going to build that in, is basically in-district versus cross-county. And not surprisingly, when you're crossing the county and extending the variables in longer trips, there's a drop in on-time performance. And that ratio in-district versus out-district is about 94 to 85% most recently. And so that's an area we're focusing on too, are ways that we can restructure the cross-district routes. So with that said, I'll leave Kevin a little bit later is going to speak to the field trip data that we've been tracking. The other piece that we wanted to address in the staffing report that we recognized came up earlier, a couple components. The data, the numbers there speak for themselves. One of the pieces that we intended to clarify, we can see now that it may have caused some confusion, but within our on-call group, for example, we've got groups of folks in the on-call who enjoy doing everything, whose schedule permits, whether it's a to and from school run or covering just field trips, dependent upon their availability. But we also work to track those instances where if people are at a place where their only availability is for perhaps extracurricular trips or only for to and from, and maybe it's to and from AM, we've broken that out. So that 15, we still have between 27 and 30 overall on call, but in this snapshot, what we were really focused on, who are the staff persons that are available for to and from school transportation, because the context of this slide, the run count, the total 99, that's the 99 daily runs that leave out compared to the bid drivers. So one of the other clarifiers we know is out there is what does it mean to be fully staffed? And from our perspective, it's intended to be the obvious in where we all want to be, which is if the right run count is 99, then we want 99 full-time assigned drivers, plus our substitute pool, plus a bank of on-call staff, in addition to having office staff that are available to drive. And we know we typically have some office staff who are not licensed who may be back, and even if they are not able to drive a run, can answer calls, dispatch and support in other ways. So that's probably a clarifier that we can improve on to make sure that doesn't create confusion going forward. The other piece too that's not captured there very well is simply that we also work collaboratively with other offices wherever we can. So our team has been working and coordinating with other offices in the county, and not atypically, if we've got extra staff available, we've had probably on average, our team has estimated 2 to 3 folks coming from across Kent to come in and help support Grand Rapids Public, whether it's the to from school or maybe it's a special trip. We've also brought motor coaches in from out of the area to help support special trip services. So we are working to combine resources wherever we can to maximize our opportunity to serve the district.
Thank you, Brian. And I want to mention as we go to the next slide, Chris will cover a little bit of technology, but our hiring dates, so June 12th, 13th, and you can see on the screen here. So again, welcome the chance for anybody that's interested in learning about transportation. We're available these dates to talk about our opportunities and our training processes. So Chris is going to talk a little bit about Here Comes the Bus and some of the data that we're tracking and continuing to encourage the utilization of these tools.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased to share, as you're aware, that our system here at GRPS has the most advanced technology of anywhere in our entire Dean fleet, specifically as it relates to school bus tracking via Here Comes the Bus, as well as student tracking via ZPass. So to give you a brief update on Here Comes the Bus, as of this report, we have just about 1,250 accounts. That equates to an equivalent utilization percentage of just about 20%, 21%. So one of our primary goals is to continue to push the increased utilization through communication and other things we can do through in-person events at the district. So as we look to start the new school year, absolutely we'll be pushing folks to sign up and utilize that app more frequently. As we've mentioned, we have a support team that's available 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., both for Here Comes the Bus and ZPass. So as we look at ZPass would be the method through which parents of scholars can track their students' movement on and off the bus. So you'll recall potentially that in December, at the wishes of the community and us and the board, we relaunched ZPass and distributed just about 5,000 RFID cards for students. When a student swipes that card on the bus, their parent can choose to receive a text message or a push notification. And you'll see there that December we had a huge increase in utilization at just about 33%. Since then, unfortunately, the utilization has been trending down. However, much like Here Comes the Bus, we're absolutely interested in continuing to push these apps because we believe they're beneficial and have parents sign up and continue on. A question has been, what are the plans with the ZPass cards? We understand that today even a communication may have gone out to the district. Students are going to turn those cards into the school buildings, at which point we're going to collect them. We'll reorganize them for the start of the following school year and work on redistributing them. Typically, we've done it by school, grade, and last name. So as we look at all these data points, including Here Comes the Bus, ZPass, we're pleased to present tonight kind of an increased transparent dashboard that I'm going to call kind of a interactive dashboard that takes the data we've been submitting to you, but also putting it in a more cohesive manner. So this is a very first look. We're in development of it right now, but this is something that we envision could be posted, and you yourself or a parent or someone could go drill down into filters, look at the data to look at our system scope, our on-time performance, technology, and staffing, all things that we're talking about individually, but in a method like this, it kind of creates the entire picture in the scope. So that's not something we're ready to launch tomorrow, but it's something we've actively been working on, displayed by this kind of sample screenshot here as we work hard on methods to improve the transparency and information we're providing. So with that, I'll turn it back to Patrick.
So as we wrap up the end of the school year this week, excuse me, we're continuing the education, as Chris has mentioned, on the Z-Pass and Here Comes the Bus, and available for any questions, attending events throughout the summer to be able to help folks get enrolled in Z-Pass and Here Comes the Bus. We have our reporting metrics that will continue for the future by the 15th of each month, which are shared with the district, discussed with the district, and questions come from those. We have weekly reporting that Kevin provides to the district administration on a number of key metrics that they also would like to review on top of the on-time performing metrics. One of the key things we're continuing to work on is the language translation services for families via phone that call into our dispatch location. We have several staff members that are Spanish speaking, but we're continuing to expand our utilization of translation services and technology to help communicate with our families. The robocall system updates and data is an area that we see a lot of opportunity with. The process for robocalls to families and parents it takes a number of minutes to get communications out. We'd like to speed up that process with accurate data, accurate phone numbers, and maintain it. That's a way that we utilize the district's resource, the district's robocall system, to communicate with families, along with Here Comes the Bus. And so as we work during the summer, we're going to continue to analyze ways that that system can be more efficient to communicate. Transportation advisory community engagement. Again, as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, we're looking forward to having more families and more schools represented on that committee. So if you're interested in joining, we'd welcome any input or feedback you have. And continue to support the Reimagine plan as we look over the next coming years as to how routes will be developed and how the logistics of the district will improve as the Reimagine plan is deployed. The final three items are key important pieces, and they've been mentioned previously in our presentation. Improving the field trip process and implementation of electronic system, limiting the number of routes that we have to double, as Brian mentioned, about 2% of the system that we experienced in April, and then continuing to report and respond to feedback online. So Kevin Harkness, who is managing those three aspects with Luke Steyer in the district, is going to share a little bit more about these three and some of the aspects that we're doing day to day on these and improving over the summer.
Thank you and good evening. What I would like to do, first of all, is discuss the field trip process. So for those of you that don't know, currently the process is completely 100% paper and pencil. An individual from the district will want a field trip, whether it's a teacher, a coach. Let me go back. When I'm talking about field trips, I'm talking educational and athletics, so as a whole. So once someone requests a field trip and it goes through the district approval processes, it's all written down, it's sent to us on a sheet of paper via either emailed or fax. Then we have to input it into a spreadsheet, go through a scheduling process. All very old, antiquated system. It's the way that the district and Dean has done it for multiple years. I'm pleased to announce that way is gone. Okay. Beginning next year, the district has approved, and we've already begun training and meeting with the district on a system called Trip Tracker. The long and short of it is, without getting into the weeds of it, the district will, whomever they recommend, will input the trips. They put the trips in. It'll go through an approval process, i.e. a principal or an executive director, or someone, whoever the district deems. It is then automatically downloaded to us in a system, and we go about scheduling it and doing it. But the benefit of it is it has all the bells and whistles and the red flags. So if a trip doesn't get put in with an AM or a PM, or a trip, when we schedule it back, or we don't report the bus number, or something of that nature, it won't allow it to move on. All those things have to be done before the trip is fully approved. And there's windows, 10 days, 14 days, so everything is coming in a timely manner. So we are in the process right now. We've actually had our first meeting, if memory serves, last Friday. with some members of the district about this, and I know we're continuing. We are doing training currently. And again, this will also help with the accountability piece. You know, it'll help us when there's a mistake made. It'll make sure that folks who are entering it, you know, if there's a mistake or a question, that's taken care of. So there'll be a lot of accountability, and then there's the, you know, metrics on the backside. You know, there's, again, without getting into a long drawn-out conversation, there's billing metrics, and there's timing metrics, and there's all these different things that you know, we're working with the district on. And just by way of example, just since the last board meeting, we've done over 1,000 trips for you guys, actually 1,042 to be exact, in just the last 3 months. Okay, and yes, we have messed a few up. There's been 4 of them that I can recall that have been messed up, and we've taken full responsibility for it, and we've owned that. And there's been various reasons, and that's been explained and worked out with the district. And yes, there are some trips that are late. However, there are definite reasons for that. You know, if we're stacking field trips and a group doesn't come out on time, and that automatically is going to make the next trip late. You know, there's multiple reasons that, again, have been worked with and discussed by the district that we continue to try to improve upon. Brian had talked and Pat had talked a little about double up runs. So my portion of this is transparency. Anytime we have a doubled up run, it is logged, it is documented, and then every Friday afternoon I am sending that to the district. I'm sending it to Luke Steyer if we're being exact, and you know, Luke handles it from the district's point of view. We look at it, we verify it, we're putting down, you know, all the pertinent information. So that is where, you know, the reporting of the doubled up runs comes in. To timely feedback submitted online. This was one of the main things, and I believe Pat alluded to it, that we've accomplished along with the district. We had a lot of help from the district's IT department, communications department, getting this input, but it has basically become the formal way to not just complain or let us know of an issue, but also let us know of something good. Many times we're getting, hey, my student is enrolling in Grand Rapids Public Schools next year. How do I get them busing? Things of that nature. So to date, again, in communication with Luke and our communications team there, this has become the way that we're tracking this. And I'll get to the numbers in 1 second, but again, just so you know, this is another report that Luke gets every Friday that is sent to him in full transparency and full disclosure. Currently, we have 47 logins since it was in inception from the last quarterly meeting. Now, those 47, again, aren't all complaints. Probably 10% of them are, my student is moving into the district, or there's several of them that, you know, hey, this bus driver did a good thing, or, you know, things like that. There are some that are complaints or issues or concerns, and those I address with the person sending them within 24 hours. It'll be, hey, I've gotten your situation, I've seen it, I'm working on getting you an answer. You'll hear something within another 24 hours. And then within that second 24 hours or 48 hours total, the parents are getting an answer. What we're doing to fix it, what went wrong, etc. And then, again, as I said, that's all being documented on a separate sheet sent to the district every Friday. So those are kind of the last things that I wanted to hit on there. I'll turn it back over to Pat.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate those updates and the proactive piece that we're looking at over the summer on field trips and some of these components. One of the things I want to hand it to Chris for some news on electric vehicles in a second, but we do want to recognize and give a shout out to all of our school bus drivers, attendants, and van drivers on the road every day. They are doing an awesome job in a very dynamic operation, long hours. We have more after-school activities here than any place in the state of Michigan with Loop and our field trips. And so there's lots of positive activities that are providing great academic opportunities for kids in GRPS. And they are going multiple different shifts and routes to make sure kids get where they need to go, especially during the springtime. Springtime after spring break is quite busy in the school system from an athletic standpoint and a field trip standpoint and midday activities and so on. So our drivers have done a great job. A number of them received perfect attendance this last second quarter. So it's something that we recognize and reward on a quarterly basis, and we've recognized many of them for being perfect attendance award winners, both in the second quarter and now soon to be in the third quarter of our cycle. So we're very proud of our team. And finally, we want to share some exciting news on the Clean School Bus program. I know in previous meetings we talked about the future electrification of school bus. I think we talked about the expense of them and some of the funding. So we're proud to share that the EPA awarded funds to allocate to GRPS based school buses, and Chris will share a little bit about what that looks like and how it came to fruition.
Thank you. And very positive news, obviously, as Pat alluded to. We've been working hard for several years to pursue methods to obtain the funding to deploy electric school buses, essentially zero emissions vehicles. And we're very pleased that the EPA has allocated nearly $5.2 million for electric school buses to benefit GRPS. This is extremely exciting simply because the Clean School Bus program is the method through which school districts, folks like us, or anybody who's looking to deploy an electric school bus, that's how they obtain the funding to do it primarily. So now the hard work begins, and we get into the weeds working with our great partners at Consumers Energy as well as the GRPS facilities team. To give you some feel for the scope, an electric school bus, a well-equipped electric school bus, typically will cost between $375,000 to $400,000 for the bus alone. And on the charger side, you're looking at anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 or more $1,000. So the federal money is a very good start, but to be clear, it won't cover the entire cost of the project, which will come back to you and district administration with further details. Now that we're excited about receiving the award on your behalf, now we really get into the weeds and can do some planning to finalize those details, which will all be presented to district administration and the board of education. So thank you. We've worked extremely hard and are excited by this possibility because we believe it's the future, and proud to get started at it on your behalf.
Thank you, Chris. And this is exciting for us. This will be our third or fourth deployment of electric school buses. So we have our first bus is in Cadillac, Michigan. We put it in one of the toughest operating environments with dirt roads and extremely cold weather to really give it the test. So we've learned a lot through that process. We've learned a lot about how to do it efficiently, but also just obviously the benefit being zero emissions tailpipes. So we're very excited about that. It will involve a lot of facility discussions as to how infrastructure for electric vehicles is deployed. We've had many months of engineering planning and thoughts on this, so we're excited to share more details on those. But it's really great. As I see it going forward, not only is there an environmental benefit, which is the overarching piece, it's also a student benefit when you have a quieter environment to ride. The engine noise, the road noise, those things, you don't realize how much that is involved in a steel school bus. And so we're very excited about that as the secondary benefit after the clean emissions of our vehicles for our community. So with that, we are very proud to share this update, and we look forward to questions and additional development of our metrics and reports based on feedback. So thank you.
Colleagues, are there questions? Mr. Eatman?
Thank you for being here. I have a few questions, and I'm going to probably ask them by two and then let other people rotate through before I come back and ask more. Earlier in the presentation, I would like to hear how you all are defining on time, and what does that mean in your terms of definition?
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're receiving the data from Synovia that comes through their system. It integrates with the Zonar system, and then we're measuring that against a window at the schools. So when we say that they're earlier on time, that means it has to be there pre-bell in that window. And then in the afternoons, the same concept applies. Is we're watching for vehicles that are to a school in the afternoon. Either in that case, it obviously can be prior to the bell as well, because if a vehicle completes one portion of its afternoon route, perhaps if it completes a tier early, there are times where it might get to a school quite early and then wait for the actual bell. And then in the most complex scenarios, we have instances where some of the schools, there might be 30 or 40 buses that go through a loading process at large center programs. And so those are tiered loads. And sometimes just the mere act of which bus arrives when can dictate where you fall into a line of, 10 to 20 to 30 buses, so there can be some variance there. But that's one of the things that we had to work through with Synovia as we developed this process, was there were instances we saw right up front where it was having a hard time recognizing a bus having been there, when the reality was it was not only there, it was there well early. The other thing, and not to belabor it, but the other piece that we still are dealing with in the data receipt from that platform is that it does not register arrival until the door opens. So that's a pretty unique concept. So what we're working on is whether or not there's a mechanism by which we could work with them to collaborate with the zonar data and the zones that the vehicle is in, because I think it's a pretty natural inference that if you get into a giant, you get to a large campus facility and you've come through the barrier of that campus facility, that it would recognize then that it's there. But in reality, when we get there, we sit there and wait. Say it's a cold winter day, and if we're waiting to unload, once the driver opens the door, that is the moment that the bus is being flagged as there, not when it actually arrived at the school. So we know we're losing wait time. So there's a lot of variables that are going into that actually skew the data towards being later, because you're not seeing it until the door opens.
So with the,
Just clarify, you gave a long answer, I want to shorten the answer.
Yes.
When the door opens is the trigger of when the bus is there.
Correct.
and there's not a variation of a plus minus, so is there a window with the variation? Because I'm looking at that in comparison to the data that also stated your quadrant numbers of all of them being 90% and above. And I'm taking into consideration not only what you're saying, but also what community is also giving us back. And so I'm trying to, something's not mathing for me. And so I'm trying to understand, is it a window that has an extra 10-minute variation plus minus on the front or back end that has that? How, when you say it's the variations, then are the variations then being edited on the back end? I just want some clarity on what you mean by that, because your answer was extremely long.
No, for clarity. So for example, in the AM, there's no acceptable time beyond the bell. So there's no backside window. It's all pre-bell window when it's measured. Does that help?
That did help. So then my second question for now is the information about the pilot for the dashboard. Just for clarity, will that be made public, or is that something that if you have to be a GRPS parent and or student to have access to that data?
Well, I think we would work at your direction as well as the administration. Our thought would be that they would be publicly available, just as someone can go to the website today and see the information. It is very similar to exactly what is posted right now with the addition of some technology metrics. It's just bringing it all into one spot. So ideally, it'd be a public link. If you're interested, there's a Power BI. If anybody in that industry, that may ring a bell. It's a Power BI report, which we would post publicly. There's some slicers so people can go in and look by month, look by school year as we build it out. But publicly available would be our thought, similar to how things are posted on the web right now.
Thank you.
Good questions?
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. That is a lot to take in every time, but I appreciate you doing your best to try to explain it. I'm over here trying to just kind of take it all in, correct? But I just had a few questions. First of all, about the Transportation Advisory Committee, which first of all, I think that it's a great addition to the process. But I'm wondering, I've heard a few comments tonight about the metrics, right? And I say this all the time with, working in public schools, is data can show anything we want it to show. And I think sometimes folks in the Transportation Advisory Committee, even just parents, want to see different metrics. And I'm wondering, is that something that we would work towards in that Transportation Advisory Committee to let them establish some metrics that they believe would be beneficial for parents to see?
Yeah, I think we're very open to collaborative conversations. We have had collaborative conversations at it, and Chris can share a little more detail on it. I think, agreeing on what the definitions are of certain metrics as well, and specifically to the question of what are we measuring, what the definition are. specifically too for field trips and requirements. Those are things that we are continuing to build out, and probably great conversations for the advisory committee. So anything you'd add from your last meeting?
Not much to add to that other than we've met regularly with those that are able to be there. And this version of the metrics is a product of that committee and discussions that have happened before that as well. So I think, that's one of the benefits of the committee, ever evolving, improving, working on what we want to see together as a group, as a community, as us, as the board, to improve that transparency. So we're excited about the future of that and the feedback we continue to get.
Perfect, thank you. And then I just had 2 more questions. One thing I heard again mentioned tonight is McKinney-Vento. And I know we mentioned the utilization of vans. Is that something that do we have vans available currently, and do we use those to transport McKinney-Vento students, or do we use buses?
The answer is both.
Both.
Yes, so to answer your question, yes, we have vans available currently. Yes, we are using them to transport McKinney-Vento students with them. And we also, because of the high number of McKinney-Vento students that we have, use school buses. I mean, we couldn't do it in the 4 vans that we have. It would be a monumental task. So yeah, they're transported in both, and we do utilize the vans.
How is that decided? Is it decided if a student is within the bounds of a regular route, they get added to that route, or?
So it's decided normally by location, yes. So for instance, we have some homeless students, some McKinney-Vento students, I should say, who reside in Sparta right now. Right. So it doesn't make logical sense for us to take a school bus all the way to Sparta, so they are transported in a van. So we have McKinney-Vento students who are south of 28th Street and things of that nature. We put them in a van because it's much easier to navigate the van through town and things in a timely manner. But again, depending on the week, the month, the year, we could have anywhere from 200 to 600 McKinney-Vento students in this district. They have to ride vans, or excuse me, school buses.
Right. And are you planning on purchasing more vans, or is the 4 what you got right now for GRPS?
That would be a Mr. Christie question.
Yes, we are working hard to source more vans.
Okay.
That's been a very difficult thing. We're still waiting to receive our full order from 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Just
Okay.
because Ford in particular has canceled some of the chassis to put them towards trucks and other things. Don't intend to get into the weeds, but
Yeah.
absolutely, however we can source them, we're attempting to, because we see a big need for them. And as soon as they hit our lot, we're putting them out on the road, particularly for GRPS.
Perfect. And then, sorry, my last question is regarding the Clean Bus program. So I'm a little confused just as to who has ownership of the buses. Are you leasing them from GRPS? Because I know GRPS received the funding, or do you own those?
Sure. It's a great question. Thank you. I do want to clarify. So we submitted the applications ourselves on behalf of GRPS. So the funding from the EPA will come to Dean, and the buses are required to be servicing GRPS for at least 5 years. So the buses, as it was submitted, would be owned by Dean, but GRPS is going to receive the benefit of the funding that was allocated for us to purchase them on GRPS's behalf.
Until we're no longer contracted. Correct? Until we're no longer contracted. If we slash the contract, right? So I have an issue with that, but that's something that I think I'll have to discuss with our district staff as well. Because I don't believe, I think another comment was made that public funds benefiting a private for-profit business and I know, of course, we have to have vendors in certain areas. I don't think that's something that we should have applied for, as GRPS's name on behalf of Dean. So,
okay, thank you for those. Thank you for those comments. I think you'll find through the Clean School Bus program, this would be the method that all school districts and individuals like us would pursue funding. So it's not a unique situation for GRPS, and I appreciate your comments as well. That scenario, these buses are to benefit Grand Rapids Public Schools for at least 5 years, and we would follow the intent of that should something happen. That's not something I've contemplated. Right. But Grand Rapids will receive the benefit of the buses in the intent of the EPA, and we would work with the EPA in whatever process needs to exist for something like that.
So,
I have a question with regards to the bus purchasing. Are you reimbursed for the entire cost or part of the cost for the electric buses? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, so this would just be a partial. So when you divide the numbers out there, it's 15 buses at $345,000 reimbursed. The bus itself will end up being between $375,000 to $400,000 depending on equipment. And then the chargers themselves will probably end up being between $30,000 to $60,000. And then any infrastructure work on top of that with consumers. So 380 and 60, that takes you to about 450,000 per bus. The funding allocated is 345,000. So where I'm going is absolutely the funding is a great start, but it is not going to cover the total cost of the bus, the charger, and what it takes to get it on the road. So now that we know there is a chance to pursue this, we will really get into the weeds with Consumers Energy, the district facility team, and others to understand exactly what this looks like and what needs to happen for them to be successful here in Grand Rapids.
And then my other question is, a large portion of your fleet, if there was an opportunity for us to buy buses back, would those buses be included in that buyback situation?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So our contract outlines a buyback provision, so it's clearly spelled out in terms of how it's laid out in the contract if that were a consideration of the district. The other thing I'd mention on Chris's behalf is, obviously the state has funding, some of our utilities have funding, so we'd look to have the opportunity to potentially stack other funding sources to get the electric vehicles on the road. Our Kent ISD partnership through special education throughout the region was also awarded vehicles that benefit Kent ISD in the greater Grand Rapids region, so we'll be working with them as well on those investments at our location as we look to deploy those too. So in a total about 30 total vehicles in Grand Rapids were allocated.
Okay, Mr. Eatman?
So I need a point of clarity on a couple of things. And I'm happy because some of those other questions I actually had. So I do recall from the last conversation we had about the cost of the regular gas and then the $350,000 plus for electric. With the with the 5.2 million that was the grant written on behalf of the district. Out of that, please correct me if I'm wrong, you said there's about 15 buses earlier that you said, and now there's 30. So is it what's the difference between those two before I continue?
Sorry about that. Two separate applications for Grand Rapids Public Schools, specifically 15 buses at $5.175 million allocated. So that was $345,000. For the program, the EPA qualifies districts as priority districts. GRPS was listed as a priority district based on their criteria. So GRPS was awarded, we were awarded on behalf of GRPS the highest funding amount per vehicle available, which is $345,000. So 15 school buses directly here at GRPS. As Pat was alluding to, we also had an application with our partners at Kent ISD, which was awarded 15 buses, but at a lower funding amount as Kent ISD was not considered a priority district.
So out of those, 15 of those buses will be solely dedicated to GRPS and our scholars, their experience to be able to ride the bus, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And with the reference that you made earlier with the testing and Cadillac, though that testing is in response to testing the durability, or are some of those fleets that we have that are dedicated to GRPS being used in Cadillac as well?
I think GRPS is going to get the benefit of us having several on the road prior to getting them on the road here, so we're going to understand the impact of cold weather on range, the different things that can happen when you plug it in and expect it to charge, but something may not communicate properly. I think there are general lessons learned potentially. There may be some specific things that are very specific to charger OEMs as well as vehicle OEMs. So not only Cadillac, but also in Trenton, Michigan, different environment, more of an urban environment. We're going to gain some experience that we're going to be able to translate to here in Grand Rapids to kind of know kind of the ins and outs of everything. This is entirely new. It looks and feels like a school bus, but everything under it is changed. Obviously, you've removed the engine and replaced it with batteries. So not only is there infrastructure work, but a lot of training will have to go on with drivers, our technicians, anyone who's going to be involved. First responders as well will hold a very specific training, just because this is entirely new and something that we're looking forward to. But absolutely, anything that we're putting on the road, we're gaining experience to learn how you do it and how you do it efficiently.
My last question for you is regarding the capacity for the students. From the picture, this looks like a smaller bus. What's the seat capacity from traditional buses versus this electric fleet? And will that also cause, as a result of it being smaller, from my assumption of looking at this, is that going to cause a form of an additional bottleneck that the district is already filling?
Sure, and thank you. You have a good eye. I think that probably is a 54-passenger frame there. That was more of a stock photo. The ones we'll be purchasing will be 71-passenger, the same capacity as we have today. Yep, so they make them exactly on the same frame and the same capacity. So there'll be no capacity issue.
Okay, thank you.
And then when is the anticipated delivery of those buses for use?
Sure. Well, I think we're going to really hit the ground hard now, working with Consumers Energy and learning more about the specific infrastructure coming into the facility. We'd envision these being on the road sometime in 2025, likely in the last quarter, second half, the last quarter of 2025. So while these things are exciting, it is quite an undertaking. It is not something that can happen overnight. Simply because the infrastructure, the charging has to be in place before the buses can arrive. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck without an ability to charge. So we expect that we could start getting them on the ground in 2025.
Any questions, colleagues?
Yeah, just one last question. Considering that these buses, like I said, would belong to Dean, I guess I'm curious with the overage from the three, roughly, whatever the cost between purchasing the bus and what the EPA is providing versus actually getting it on the road, are you expecting GRPS to share in those additional costs? The cost, there you go, you got it.
Yeah, no, great question. You know, we view this as a great opportunity to partner long-term with the district. This is an investment in the Reimagine piece. As we've talked about, facility upgrades and infrastructure as well. So we'd be working through that with the district on a potential contract renewal at the end of next year. So that's something that we've envisioned investing in on behalf of the community as part of a contract piece of that.
So you would or would not be expecting GRPS to share in that additional cost between?
I think one of the questions that is unknown right now is the facility piece of that, and how much infrastructure is needed at the transportation facility currently, whether or not there's new transformers needed, how much power is coming there. And a question would be, is that if the district's going to continue to maintain and own the transportation facility, how does that work? Because it's underground infrastructure that stays with the facility long term. I think that's the biggest piece. The bus piece of it, we're comfortable saying we're going to cover the gap in funding for the bus. It's the infrastructure on transformers and lines and things that we would want to talk about as part of the district's facility plan.
What is your anticipated estimates for that? I know when you start planning for things of that nature, you look at the long term and already have some numbers crunched in regards to that, unless you wouldn't go into contract. I wouldn't do that. So is there a already projected number that you're anticipating in regards to that type of, what we're saying, I guess, ghost type of infrastructure changes?
Yeah, there is not a particular estimate on the infrastructure. I've already been in communication with Consumers Energy. They will be the ones that will be heavily involved in evaluating what is going to go into it. This part of the rebate program did not require that there was a formal analysis by Consumers Energy. It was only that if funds were awarded, there would be at that point. So absolutely, I'm going to be working with them here over the next couple months through the summer to understand what is it going to take to provide enough electricity to service the chargers in these 15 buses. So and as soon as we have that information, it will of course be shared.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Next on our agenda, we have some action items. Colleagues, first is a resolution to amend the board meeting cadence, to amend policy 1300. Are there any questions with regards to this? All righty, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the resolution to amend the board meeting cadence?
So moved.
Support.
Was it support?
I think it was Mr. Eaton.
Okay, Mr. Eatman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Shockey?
Yes.
Ms. Wade is excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Just in case there's
Motion
questions.
carries.
All righty. Next, we have a Michigan High School Athletic Association membership resolution. Is there any questions with regards to this action item? Is there a motion to approve the Michigan High School Athletic Association membership resolution?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, Mr. Eatman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Shockey?
Yes.
Ms. Wade is excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All righty. Next, we have our purchasing agenda. And is there any concerns or questions with regards to the purchasing agenda?
Yes, I mean, hearing a lot of public comments has kind of solidified my decision of not wanting to vote to approve a renewal of $2.4 million for Elevate K-12. I do believe that initially we had the discussion that it was a temporary solution to a systemic and cultural school culture problem. And I think that if we continue to renew Elevate K-12, you know, who's to say if we renew it this year for 2024-25 that it won't be renewed again the following year? And I just think that we can be, as a district, we can be more creative in finding solutions to our teacher shortage. So I just can't support that. So I would actually, well, let me continue the discussion, but I would like to make a motion later to remove it.
Other discussion, colleagues?
Yeah, I share those same sentiments. Truthfully, I think that is something that we need to be look at this as a different approach and really take this back and seeing what else can be innovative in this approach and what we're seeing, and especially when we're asking community to walk with us. And so that I agree with.
So I think maybe there's some important context that needs to be given about what we heard in finance with the report on Elevate K-12 too. And I'll maybe look for a couple of nods from district staff to make sure that I'm repeating this accurately. But a vote to approve Elevate K-12 at $2.4 million does not mean we are locked into an annual contract and that we would be in the absence, I'm seeing a nod, of teachers for the next academic year. We are able to offboard Elevate K-12 as soon as a teacher is hired. Can I get a nod on that? Yes. So this is not a definite, this is a if there is not an educator in a classroom, Elevate K-12 can provide instruction. Without that, and if there is not the ability to fill all vacancies, we are without instruction. So I think that's important. I also think it's important that, I guess my personal opinion on this rather, is if this was solely an internal problem and we saw that there wasn't a state and national shortage of teachers, and if we saw that there wasn't a historic low number of students in colleges of education, I too would be willing to put pressure on the district to solve this problem creatively. I am concerned that there are external pressures that we don't have the ability to impact, and I am first and foremost concerned about not having instruction in classrooms. But please hear me that I am in alignment with everything that was said tonight. This is not the best solution. This is not what we want. We want a qualified teacher in the classroom. I just am seeing there are external impacts on this as well as internal. It is a both and. We have to do both. I support paying our teachers more. I support making sure that we have as many teachers as we can in this district. But I'm concerned.
I want to say that I share your concern and respect what you stated. First and foremost, you already know that. And again, this is important for as we have a dialogue that also you all see how we have a dialogue and engage with each other. I do think it is important though, as we are going into what I call that summer break, that we can take a pause and see what can be done and be innovative in that space before and have this come back. I think we have a little bit of time to see, like, is there a different approach, or how do we posture ourselves differently as a district at this point in time to maybe look at a different approach in regards to attracting the teachers that we want in this district. Yes, it is a national problem, not underscoring that. We've heard that across all the different conferences that we've seen, and they talk about that with every state across the nation dealing with teacher shortage. But there are some aspects of what can we do, right? What are different posturing that can be done to attract maybe those teachers who are looking for whatever the case may be across the different states, whatever the case may be. I think it still deserves some form of a different posturing of support to look at what we can do that can attract these teachers. So that's what I'm saying right now. Because of that space that we have and this gap over the summer, I'm for this coming back if what we tried has been exhausted and didn't work.
Is there an expert from the district that could tell us if there's any urgency to the contract?
Can I? I'm hearing what you're saying with the gap of the summer. I don't feel like summer is a gap. I feel like what we do when we come back to school needs to be decided now. People are finding jobs. People are leaving jobs. We're planning, as teachers, we start planning now and before now for the next year. Of course, as a teacher, I think having a teacher in the classroom is best. I also worry about if we take this away as a filler until a teacher is hired. So what I'm hearing from finance is when a teacher is hired, the K-12 Elevate goes away. I'm worried about the creativity that comes into play and how that could be a negative, because oftentimes if there's not a teacher in place, if we don't have something there, those students get put in other classrooms, and now we have a wonderful teacher teaching 45 kids instead of 25. So the alternatives aren't necessarily better than K-12 Elevate. And so when we get into that muddy water, we're not necessarily going to find something better as a temporary solution, if that makes sense.
I appreciate dialogue.
I just have, oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I just had 2 points to make. One, we still do have EduStaff, and while I know that they're not always certified teachers, that is something that we do have. So I don't believe that students would just, go, put 45 kids in a room. It could be a potential, yes, there's always a potential to have that happen. But then the second thing is, Trustee Davis, to kind of your same point is teachers are deciding now where they're going to go for next year. And I think that we have a huge missed opportunity to not uplift our educational champions within our GRPS or GREA union by opening negotiations for salary. And I think we just missed that. So I think if we truly did want to put a dent in this issue, that's just something that we kind of missed the mark on.
I'm not saying that teachers shouldn't be paid more, but there is no guarantee that that means teachers will come to our district.
I didn't say that either, but that is something we did not try.
Mr. Ross?
Yeah, I think I just, I guess I'm gonna step out on a long limb and speak for all of us. I don't think there's a single person here, probably in this room for that matter, that thinks that a virtual teacher rivals the effectiveness of someone in person. I don't think there's a single person here who's gonna say that. And frankly, folks coming up here time and time again, sort of almost, I guess, assuming that that's the thought of this board. that is not at all the thought of anyone up here, that that is a better solution than actually getting full-time dedicated people and paying them maximum dollar for that matter. It's a lot more complex than simply saying that's what we want to do, so we're going to do it. I'm not going to get into the different complexities of that. Those who have been in leadership or frankly even just manage a household budget understand it's not just as simple as saying because we want this, we're going to buy it. But I think on the matter of kind of kicking the can down the road through the summer, I don't know if that is the wisest move for a couple reasons. Certainly, if we did not extend or renew this contract, it's unlikely that that money was going to automatically attract or even retain the folks that we have. I mean, we have dozens of vacancies, and I think if you do the math on this, it's not going to fill all those vacancies. So there's still going to be some students who suffer. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be helpful to put a dent in it, but that is not a solution, and it's frankly, I guess I'll go so far as to almost say it's almost foolish to simply say that if we don't do this, that's going to solve our staffing woes. That's almost one of the most probably ridiculous things I've heard, that thinking that simply because we don't renew a contract, that all of a sudden people are going to fall out the woodworks and all of our staffing woes are going to be solved. That's not going to happen. When we talk about getting people from other states, Michigan probably has one of the least flexible teacher certification reciprocity agreements. It's really difficult for out-of-state teachers to come to Michigan and really just start working immediately. So there's just a lot of hurdles to this, and we're all speaking from an emotional place because this is a very important issue that we all feel strongly about. However, the finger pointing and the accusations that folks just think willy-nilly, we're gonna do this and keep it moving. This is a conversation that we have all belabored over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And it simply has no easy solution. And it is simply not true that by not renewing this, that's gonna solve everything. And I do wanna underscore again that renewing this does not mean that, boom, you write a $2.4 million check. Obviously, we're still gonna work in earnest to attract folks. And if part of that 2.4 is allocated to a certain classroom and we get a teacher for that classroom, then as been explained, that money will no longer go to Elevate, that money will go to that teacher. So really kicking this can down the road doesn't do a lot for us other than put our backs against the wall as the clock begins to tick towards fall. So we need to have something on the table. This isn't ideal, none of us think it is, but if someone has a viable, guaranteed solution, please offer it.
Any other comment?
I just want to make one more comment. I've gone round and round in my head about this because, like I said, I am a teacher and I know this isn't the best solution, and I do feel passionately about or for all of the kids in these classes and the teachers that are advocating for a better way for our children to be taught. It is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that in these classrooms, there is a physical person to manage the class, plus the K-12. I also think that if we say goodbye to K-12, all of a sudden, there's a physical person, but they might not be certified. And so it's not adding anything to that environment until we get a teacher. And so I would advocate personally, and maybe as a board we can discuss this, of how we can help build up that physical person in the classroom to help them better develop relationships in the classroom and better manage those classrooms in the meantime until we can fill those classrooms with a certified teacher.
Ms. Milton?
I'm going to read this because it's pretty important. When we're not sure of an answer, we listen to those people being impacted the most. And they've spoken tonight and asked us not to approve this. Secondly, the time for action is when we were asked twice to pay staff more. And so that reaction, the lack thereof, shows that there isn't as urgent of a solution. I'll say it differently. The concern I have is that we had 2 chances to show our staff that we were urgently looking for a solution, and we dropped both of those. So the situation being what it is right now, I can't say yes to that. There hasn't been action towards what our staff needs, and those impacted are saying don't. I can't say yes.
Well, I will say that, like many things as colleagues, we have competing interests. We have to sometimes make tough decisions. I know there's been a lot of I should say, some of the information came out today was just kind of peppered with misinformation, and I don't think people necessarily would get the full picture or the full scope of things. I heard students say quite a bit today. I heard them say substitute teachers aren't good either. I've heard students say the teachers we have aren't good either. We hear a whole lot of that. And so as we hear all of these things, we have to make a decision based on all of the information that we receive, not just part of it, but all of it. And then we also have to make decisions with regards to the budget and things of that nature. So I know that this is not an easy decision for any of us. We don't take it lightly, and I think it is to the point that we still have to make sure that as best as we can to provide the best option for our students. As our superintendent and her staff continue to explore other opportunities, we are not locked into a situation where those funds are gone. And I think for us to kind of proceed with that mindset is also problematic. We don't have to do that. So when we find the people, we can hire the people, they can come on and teach our students the way we want them to. And there is a diligent effort for that to be happening as well. So I understand that this is a lot. I think we've heard multiple sides of this, and I'm just wondering at this point if we are ready for the question with regards to the purchasing agenda. Is there a motion on the floor to approve the purchasing agenda as it is?
Well,
I hear you, but I want to put it on the floor because if it is a motion if there is a overwhelming desire to approve it as it is, wonderful. If it fails, we can amend it and then maybe come back.
Well, I would like the chance to remove this because I would like to support the rest of the purchasing agenda, and we can remove. That's what I'm asking.
There.
Motion to remove the K-12 from the purchasing agenda.
Is that a motion for you, Mr. Ross?
That's a motion for me to remove from the purchasing agenda.
Second.
Please call the roll. Mr. Eaton.
And this is just
Just to remove it from the current purchasing agenda.
Mr. Reitman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
No.
Shaki?
Point of clarification, we will vote on it separately.
If this
Was that what we're
passes.
saying?
We're asking, the question that I have is pulling it out of the agenda altogether for today. Is that the way you
So I think
proceed
the
with
point
the
of
motion?
clarification is, once you remove it from the purchasing agenda, then you can move
Then we
the
will vote on
purchasing
it.
agenda forward with that item, without that item, and then
You-
the next item possibly would be the discussion specifically around this particular item.
Understood, yes.
The motion is to remove that. And
That's it.
he didn't say anything else beyond that. We can't change what a motion is already on the floor. So
Said just to remove it from the purchasing agenda.
Discussion either while it's on the floor.
All right.
So we at the vote.
That's on me. I am sorry, and my vote is yes.
Ms. Wade is
Yes.
excused. Ms. Davis?
Oh, sorry.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, and so we have removed this Elevate K through 12 from our current purchasing agenda. Is there a motion to approve the purchasing agenda without Elevate K through 12?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, so we got Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Davis.
All right, Mr. Reitman?
yes.
Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
No.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Shaki?
Yes.
Wade is excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now, is there a motion to consider Elevate K through 12?
So moved.
Support.
This is a motion to approve Elevate K through 12.
Okay, and who moved it?
Mr. Ross, and was that you, Ms. Davis? Ms. Davis, second.
Mr. Reitman?
No.
Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
No.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Shaki?
Yes.
Wade's excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next we have our 2024-25 blanket purchasing agenda, purchasing order, excuse me, 2024 to 25 blanket purchase orders. Is there a motion or is there discussion? Let me start there. Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the 2024-25 blanket purchase orders?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Davis. All right, Mr. Reitman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Shaki?
Yes.
Ms. Wade's excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have a resolution for the adoption of Budget Amendment 2 for the general fund. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the resolution for adoption of Budget Amendment 2 for the general fund?
So moved.
Support.
Davis and Rodriguez?
Mhm.
Mr. Reitman?
Yes.
Lewis, yes. Ms. Welton?
Yes.
She said yes.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Shaki?
Yes.
Wade is absent, excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have a resolution for the adoption of Budget Amendment 2 for the Debt Retirement Fund. Any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the resolution for the adoption of Budget Amendment 2 for the Debt Retirement Fund?
So moved.
Support.
Rodriguez and Davis. All right, Mr. Reitman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Shaki?
Yes.
Wade is excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have a consent agenda grouping. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda grouping?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, Mr. Reitman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Jackie?
Yes.
Ms. Wade? Oh, excuse me, she's excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Is Ms. Lusk here?
Ms. Lusk? We were just talking about the board timeframe. Do you mind walking
Can
forward?
it be, I just want to clarify, if we have to take an individual vote, or if can we do it all in favor, aye? Any opposed, same sign? I'm sorry, to extend the meeting. Okay. All right, wonderful. So we are at our 9:30 point, and we still have some business to handle. So I am asking if we can extend the meeting until we conclude our business. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign? Wonderful. We will continue moving right along. Next, we have our board president announcements. And I don't have any announcements. At this time. And I do want to just make a, with regards to, there was some communication with regards to in a situation regarding a young woman who is not an employee of our district. And so I do want to clarify that we will not be making statements or giving comments with regards to what happens with another entity's employees. And so we want to clarify that when it is someone else's employees, they get to make the decision about that. And we don't all the time have all of the information. We can learn later and ask some questions, but ultimately the decisions with regards to their employees, even if they are a contractor, it is still they have that authority to do that. So I just wanted to add that information, and we will go to the public comments. Please.
All right. There are individuals present who wish to address the board. Fill out a public comment card. Please read the rules on the back of the card concerning policy and procedure. This is the second one of our public comments times. The second public comment opportunity is for commenting on non-agenda items related to the business of the district, but are not topics of the current agenda. Individuals must clearly fill out the front of the card and indicate specific business on which they wish to comment. Please submit the completed card in the bin at the entryway. We ask that speakers refrain from making abusive statements against board members, employees, volunteers, or contractors. Speakers are encouraged to present complaints about a specific board member, employee, volunteer, or contractor through the appropriate process established under Board Policy 9450 before requesting the board's consideration. Individuals will be invited one at a time to the podium to address the board. Before beginning your comment, please state your full name. At that time, we'll start the timer, allowing each individual 2 minutes to complete their comments. 1 minute notice will be provided by flagging the red card. You will need to complete your comment time upon being noticed that 2 minutes have passed. Board members do not respond to public comment. Concerns will be taken to the appropriate staff member. Thank you for sharing.
And if there is any addition, we need to get those comment cards in as soon as possible if you're still trying to make public comment. We have a scholar that is still with us that has just turned in a card, and while they would have normally spoken in the first opportunity, we'll have them up first for this second opportunity. Harper Vander Zuwen, you can come forward.
Oh, goodness.
Hi, my name is Harper Vanderzowen, and I'm a 7th grader at CA Frost Middle High. I am really frustrated that you approved the funding for the virtual teachers. My little sister will be going to my school next year, and she will be a 6th grader. That means for her English science class, it will be virtual. By approving this, you are letting students get hurt by not having a real person in the room. My sister will be very disappointed, and her learning will be hurt, and the students who currently have a virtual teacher are getting bad grades, and they cannot pay attention, and they are not having real connections with a real human being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Marlowe, and on deck will be Jane Winnington.
Hello, my name is Matt Marlowe, GRA President. I did have a statement prepared, but things have changed since you've made, approved K-12 Elevate. I just want to say I'm really proud of the students that came up to speak on their behalf, on their own, to think about that. When I became president, when I started September 1st, 2022, this was an issue. It was teacher salaries. I know we had a closed contract, but seeing what was going to matriculate over the next couple of years, it's happening now. Essentially, at the May 13th Board of Education work meeting at the library building, It was shared, we have 136 general ed teacher positions vacant right now, 76 special ed. That's 212 in the GRE bargaining unit. Outside of the bargaining unit would be 192 non-GRA bargaining unit positions. So we're talking 400 people. You're talking about internal, external pressures like national teacher shortage. Well, that means you have to step it up if you want to protect or keep educators here. You're letting them slip through your fingers. It's all about the kids. The kids are going without the teachers. And how you draw people in is you have to raise salaries. If we're the lowest in there, people are going to leave. It's supply and demand. And I just feel it's really unfortunate. It's just how long do they have to wait? You're a 9th grader once in your life. You're a 10th grader once in your life. After they look back, they reflect, and they say, what was my educational experience like? And people just say, well, there's not much we could have done for you. There's something that you can do for our scholars, and it needs to be done quickly. You can't wait this out. If you want to improve teacher education programs across the United States, raise teacher salaries across the board. You cannot wait. We are waiting. All the other districts in the county do not have a vacancy problem as high as a percentage as we do. So when you're not fully staffed, it's harder for teachers to teach, and it's harder for teachers to learn. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it and your hard work.
Yes, I am.
And Kara Sauer, if you're next, and then Sally.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jane Whittington. I have had 2 grandchildren in Grand Rapids Public Schools, and I've also volunteered every week at my neighborhood school, North Park, for over 15 years, and in addition spent 2 years tutoring dyslexic students at Congress. I'm also a member of an anti-gun violence organization. I'm concerned about student safety in all of our schools and feel that GRPS has been lax in its attention to this very difficult problem. Over a year ago, the board passed a resolution expressing concern about the ever-growing problem of gun violence. Part of the resolution cited the importance of providing parents, community members, teachers, and students with relevant, timely, and data-driven information about keeping guns out of the hands of children. This has not been done. While 32 schools in Michigan have adopted the Be Smart gun violence prevention program, including most recently the Kellogg'sville School District, GRPS has not, to my knowledge, disseminated any information to parents. Besides Be Smart, the University of Michigan has developed a robust program with a similar goal, and other organizations have their own programs that express the need. At one school safety meeting a few years ago, we were given information about gun safety from the NRA. This is not acceptable. The state of Michigan recently passed a new law requiring school districts to share information about safe storage with their community. It's a long-awaited mandate that we should all appreciate and in which we must all participate. After the recent shooting at Alger, it was reported that the spirit at Alger was good. I find this hard to believe. Parents and students literally fear for their lives. It is up to the school board and the district to take this most recent shooting as a call to action. We must do better. I know our students matter to the board and to the district. It matters to us too. Please take action to put into place a well-developed, tested, and proven program. I don't care if it's Be Smart, it needs to be something to make our children safe. Thank you.
Sally, you're after Kara.
My name is Kara Schauer. Thank you for your questions to Dean. I would ask that you ask more questions next time. Also, thank you, Ms. Melton, for your comments about how you do work for us. I don't say that in a proud way, but that you do literally work for us. We voted for you, and it is your job to represent us, the parents and students in this district. So let's discuss safety. 2 years ago, more than 50 shots were fired from the parking lot during an Ottawa Hills basketball game. Larry Johnson will tell you what happened in the street, but it's my neighborhood. I'm pretty aware of what happened there. Last year, there were 4 guns on campuses that we as parents were told about after the 3rd. No action was taken toward preventative measures until then. This year, another gun in Ottawa Hills, a knife at CA Frost, and a shot fired most recently at Alger. And I know people keep saying, oh, well, it was in the park. That is on Alger property, and those are our children. It's easy to point out the things that go wrong, as has been mentioned previously by members of this board, not to mention any of the things that go right each and every day. In my brief recap, I've listed far more than one thing, and these are just incidences that are at the top of my mind. These are things that have gone wrong with potential for actual life and death consequences for students and staff. And to be quite honest, I believe we've gotten lucky so far. How long will you bank on luck before pushing the district for drastic changes to our safety protocols? A single zoo event on gun safety is not going to cut it. As our board are elected officials during an election year, working for us, the parents and caregivers and community members, not the district, we need you to demand change, and we need you to demand it now. Just as Dean's metrics don't jive with our experiences, the soundness of our school's safety plans don't measure up. I implore you to get to the root of why that is and to advocate for change now. Our kids' lives are still in your hand for now, and it is up to you to make sure their blood never is.
Time.
Hi, good evening, President Williams, members of the board, and Dr. Roby. My name is Sally Triant, and I have been working as the environmental education consultant for the district for the last 4 years. Most recently, I've been helping facilitate a group of dedicated educators, and we came tonight with some good news to share the accomplishments that have taken place to support the GRPS environmental education mission and vision, and to continue to ensure that every scholar has equitable access to environmental learning experiences at every grade level every year. The important work of using environmental education as a method to connect scholars to meaningful place-based education and learning is certainly not new to the district, but carrying the torch today is a group that we've come to call the Green Learning Fellows. It's a collective of over 50 educators and administrators that was founded in February of this year, and together we have met the last 17 weeks, in person every Wednesday and virtually every other Tuesday and Thursday. Educators registered through CALPA and attended the PD actually right over in the 4-H building. We had a steady attendance, some joined for every single session, and some gathered just a few, but the momentum of this work grew as each week went by. We began by reviewing the history of environmental education in the district, and specifically the most recent efforts to connect learning with our schoolyards and local parks, with the Children in Nature Network and the cities connecting children to nature. We reviewed examples of children's outdoor bills of rights from other cities, and some of our teachers actually developed their own with their scholars. We learned about the Living Schoolyards Act, a bill that is before Congress that will ensure that every schoolyard has the capacity to support outdoor learning. And then we examined our own schoolyards using the GRPS Schoolyard Features Inventory that recognizes that every campus in our district has the capacity to support environmental and outdoor learning. So there's a few of us tonight. We have a script and we're going to go in order. So I think, will you call the next person?
You're done?
I am.
Okay. Our next person is Brianna Arnold. On deck will be a Michelle Holliday.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Good evening, President Williams, members of the board, and Dr. Roby. My name is Brianne Arnold. I teach at Burton Middle School. The work of our group quickly formed into 3 areas of focus: recycling and composting, schoolyard usage and maintenance, and outdoor teaching and curriculum connections. Through the weeks, we examined each topic through the lens of best practices, existing examples, barriers, and goals with the intent to develop guiding principles for the district. Our research and discussions have led to recommendations in each area of focus that we look forward to sharing with you in a full report in the fall. In addition to encouraging the GRPS environmental education mission and vision, every effort was made to consider the ways that promoting environmental and outdoor learning in the 3 areas of focus can support the themes of the Grand Rapids Public Schools strategic plans and priority outcomes. Tonight, we would like to share with you some of the highlights of the work already being done in these areas of focus in schools and schoolyards in every quadrant of our district.
Thank you. After Ms. Holliday is Amy Paul.
And thank you for your time. My name is Michelle Holliday, and I teach at Grand Rapids Montessori. Our group unanimously elected recycling and composting as the first area of focus that we should work on. Much work has been done to connect with facilities in the last few months to examine the barriers that are preventing recycling and to look for opportunities and the necessary collaborations to implement and support it in the upcoming year. We are planning to roll out a recycling pilot in the 2024 and 25 school year with a few schools in each quadrant participating. We already have many schools ready to commit to this work, including Grand Rapids Montessori, CA Frost, Aberdeen, Kent Hills, Brookside, Innovation Central, Shawmut Hills, Burton, and that's just to name a few. The enthusiasm to commit to this work is found in the fact that our educators and, most importantly, our scholars recognize that the practice of recycling in our schools is one of the most impactful ways that scholars can impact meaningful change in their local communities. Composting in our schools has been happening successfully through the years in pockets throughout the district. Our hope in the coming year is to learn from models that exist, like the cafeteria composting programs and lunchroom waste audits conducted at Grand Rapids Montessori, CA Frost, and City Middle High, and to make recommendations so the opportunity to reduce landfill waste and to promote healthy soil can be offered to every school in the district. I have letters from our scholars from pre-K to high school, big pile here, to advocate for this essential work, and I promised I would leave them here tonight, so I hope that you can take them. Thank you.
Julie just stepped away. Next we have Emma Wachowski will be after Ms. Paul.
Good evening. My name is Amy Paul, and I teach at CA Frost Elementary. The next area of focus was schoolyard usage and maintenance. We believe that by utilizing our schoolyards as outdoor classrooms, we can reduce barriers such as traveling off-site for experiences, and we can open every campus to the opportunities for rich and meaningful hands-on learning. We realize that collaborating with facilities and maintenance on the usage of our schoolyards as tools for learning is a key component for success in this area of focus. For that reason, we are recommending channels for teachers and administrators to use effective communication and with their goals through the facilities for on-site learning. In turn, this allows our facilities team to be recognized as key partners in place-based stewardship and civic engagement, as together we care for our schools and schoolyards. We have seen examples of this communication modeled successfully with the garden proposal template documented that was created by City Middle High. We also have examples of schools like Shawmut using their vegetable garden all year to support cross-curricular place-based learning and as a meaningful way to connect with their neighboring community. We also, our final focus was to look at the teaching content standards through the lens of outdoor education. One important aspect of this was offering outdoor teacher training in the form of professional development this fall. They took place on-site at the campuses of Shawmut Hills and Kenosha Park Elementary and looked at the connections with literacy that could be found in the schoolyard lessons. Burton Middle School worked this year to overcome the barrier of taking scholars off-site for environmental education field trips and instead hosted community partners right next door in Plaster Creek Family Park. This experience strengthened the partnership with Grand Rapids Park and Recreation, and with the help of GR Outside, we were able to provide gear to ensure that every scholar was warm, dry, and ready to learn.
You're at time. Apologize.
Thank you. Emma. After the next speaker, we have Javon Fields.
Good evening, President Williams, member of the board, Dr. Roby. My name is Emma Woodkowski. I teach at Aberdeen. Burton plans to replicate it next year, and their foundation can help other middle and high schoolers follow their lead. We also just concluded the 4th year of a monthly webinar series titled Placemaking Across the Curriculum, Enabling the GRPS Environmental Education Vision. Meeting on the first Thursday of every month, hundreds of teachers through the years have learned directly from community partners, their peers, and exciting local experts. We just ended the year learning how to connect weather to content across the curriculum at every grade level from Ellen Baca, the chief meteorologist from Wood TVA. The thing that sets these areas of focus, the things that all these areas of focus have in common is their capacity to empower our scholars to be change makers, no matter how old they are. Through their engagement and leadership, all participants can make cross-curricular connections, build relationships, and become public servants. A notable instance from the 2023-2024 school year occurred at Aberdeen Academy during a social studies lesson where scholars discovered that Michigan lacked a state insect. Curious about the process of selecting a state symbol, they decided to advocate for the stonefly by writing to our local representative. After engaging in discussion, conducting scientific research, and undertaking field studies, the scholars at Aberdeen met Representative Rachel Hood and presented their case to her, then gaining insight from her on how a bill becomes a law. Aberdeen fifth graders' stonefly project integrated all 4 major subjects: math, ELA, social studies, and science, including also art and PE, life cycle posters, and wading through the water. It also fostered higher order thinking through teamwork and collaboration, communication skills, and environmental stewardship. In closing, we look forward to sharing more of our work with you in the future and presenting with you our guiding principles and recommendations for the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fields. Javon Fields going one last time. All righty. Lizette Nunez, if you are here. All righty. Sarah Sack-Smith.
Hello, my name is Sarah Sack-Smith. Back in March, CA Frost parents and PTA requested a meeting to be facilitated by our Executive Director of Public Safety. An agenda was shared with our principal and our executive director. Email asks were sent again on May 1st, May 6th, and May 13th. These were sent after I was told that Franklin District leadership was receptive of this meeting. Email communications provided expectations of accessibility and the need to allow a meeting to be communicated with enough notice that our families and school community could be represented. This is no longer the case. School is done this week. Months of asking multiple people, and I'm standing here. I've exhausted my resources. I am not sure where the lack of communication is falling, but this is beyond discouraging and unacceptable. This is not a step in the right direction towards building and maintaining trust with families. This was not a one-on-one meeting request. This was a request as the current PTA president asking on behalf of a school community with GRPS. After another weapons situation recently at Elger, this continues to set and show the standards that our school and safety department are setting. What is GRPS doing in addition to address this? GRPS is not providing transparency in these areas when being asked, and this is highly concerning when our children, my children, their mental health and safety continue to be at risk. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Natalie Rodriguez of Valdea.
Good evening, once again, Jane Neiman, GRA President, Dr. Roby, President Williams, and members of the board. I heard you talk about solutions to the teacher shortage, and you said that just because you added money to the salary schedule that they would not come. I believe that is untrue. According to a conversation that President Matt Marlowe had with HR last month in May, there were 50 applicants to Ottawa Hill High School, 16 to Alger Middle, and 7 to campus. Those are our 3 CSI schools. Why did people apply to those schools? Because GREA signed a letter of agreement with the district to pay those teachers $7,000 more this year. Just those 3 schools, those teachers are getting an additional $3,500 per semester to work there. So I think there's your proof right there that if we increase salaries, that you will see more applicants in GRPS. Will that solve the entire 212 vacancies? No, probably not. But I implore you, there are other creative solutions. Mr. Ross, Ms. Davis, we could pay teachers more to take overloads. Right now, we have an LOA to pay elementary teachers more money for planning time. Originally, it was $13.71 an hour, now it's $37 an hour. Why can't we do that for having certified teachers teach an extra class during their prep? I'm sure that younger teachers and some teachers who are looking to pay for their students' college would be interested in doing that. We have situations where we have student teachers doing their practicum in the room next door to their supervising teacher, and they're getting paid to teach. All they have left is that practicum, and they have their guiding teacher right next door in the next class teaching the same subject, looking over their lesson plans and guiding them. We have creative solutions. I implore you, Dr. Roby, come sit on the bargaining team. Have a member of the board rotate on the bargaining team. We have ideas. We have solutions to solve these problems. But unfortunately, we need a bargaining team on the district end that is going to come and have these conversations with us. Okay? We want to have these conversations. Thank you.
Hello again. Y'all aren't listening, like, obviously, like, there's people, y'all say, oh, nah, there's no creative solutions. There's people putting literally solutions towards you. They're giving you literally the solutions. If y'all are lazy, just say that. If you don't want to do the work, just say that. But people are putting the work literally in your hands. No shade, all love, because, like, obviously without y'all and y'all caring for the students, y'all wouldn't be here. We appreciate you all, but just please listen to us. Like, you had students fill up the room today expecting you to listen to them, expecting you to give them the outcome they wanted, because we care about our education, we care about our community, but you guys aren't listening. Like, this is tiring, time after time. It's tiring. Thank you.
Mr. Leverett? Bethany Garvin is next.
Lucas again. When is this district going to take the issue of guns in schools seriously? It's been a year since the bungled theatrics of the backpack ban. Recently, a child was shot in the face on school grounds. Grand Rapids police are getting serious, the state is getting serious, but GRPS, with a supposed world-renowned security expert, is doing very little. Alger Middle was an incident on school property, despite what Dr. Roby said. Somebody here is either wrong or lying, and it's probably not the Kent County Property Records or the Parks Department's listings. That is a dismissive effort to distance the school system from involvement and responsibility layered on top of a combative and arrogant press conference. Every time we have an incident, we inch closer to tragedy. The next one on our current trajectory is going to be bad. We've seen your corrupt head of security continue to ignore organizations like West Grand, who can help educate, distribute gun locks and security bags. Here's one, if you'd like to see it. He promised to invite organizations to join events for this purpose, but that has not happened. It is this urgent crisis threatening my and other kids' lives that brought me to be enraged with this district. And being mad at me for saying things about it says more about you. We must force this failed administration to protect our kids. This fall, vote in a board that will fire Larry Johnson. Clean out corruption, pay educators what they're worth, and protect kids, not the egos of unqualified executives.
Just to further clarify, we will not continue to allow name calling of the staff and personnel. So if that continues, you will have your time stopped. Okay, Ms. Garvin, you are welcome to come forward, and the next we'll have Bianca Lee.
Hi, Dr. Roby, President Williams, members of the board, and those that have hung in there, because it's been a long night, I know. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bethany Graver. I'm concluding my 6th year with GRPS as a school counselor. There's a lot I could say, but we only have 2 minutes. So here are some highlights. I would like to repeat my title again. I'm a school counselor. I continue to be misidentified as a guidance counselor by many in the district whose rank exceeds mine. I am a school counselor. Why is that important? A name is important. A name has meaning and weight. When my profession is misidentified, the perception changes. There seems to be a lot of confusion over what a school counselor is and can do, so I'd like to clear that up. A school counselor serves to improve student success for all students, not a select few. We promote equity and access, again, for all students. We use individual, small group, and classroom lessons to promote students' academic, college career, and social emotional development. That is, when we are not testing, subbing, managing 504s, enrolling students, or scheduling. Having school counselors manage administrative tasks is like making a Michelin chef do the dishes. Does it help the restaurant? Absolutely. Is that the best place for them? Probably not. School counselors that implement comprehensive programs, also known as the Ask a National Model, have been shown to lower student absenteeism, increase SAT scores. They lead to higher graduation rates and fewer suspensions. How can we see that at GRPS? Hire counselors for all grade levels. Currently, there are none at the K-5 level. Currently, there are none in K-8 buildings. That leaves 7,700 students without school counselors. I gave you some handouts today with more information. Also, value mental health and academic support offered by school counselors. And let the chefs cook. Stop making us wash dishes.
Bianca Lee, and then we'll have Akila Howard. Bianca Lee? Twice? Akila's not here. Nakisha Kawasi. All righty. And Ben Jared. Renee Cifuentes. Not here. Seth Moore.
Hi, Seth Moore. So I wanted to speak to you, continued about Dean Transportation. I was very frustrated by their presentation tonight. I am a member of the Parent Transportation Advisory Committee, and a lot of the data presented tonight was factually inaccurate with what I see on the advisory committee. We've talked about metrics. We've brought up metrics. We've brought up ways that we as parents want to see Dean providing valuable information. And we're not seeing it. We're not seeing the improvements we've asked for. We've asked for route-based metrics so that we can see to the route, quadrant-based metrics, school-based metrics. None of those have been provided. We've asked for information about individual student ridership, how long they're on the bus, if they get on the bus, if they don't get on the bus. All of that information has not been provided. I do not believe it's being captured. And it's very frustrating that year after year, we continue to see no improvement. This is not in alignment with GRPS's strategic plan of trust, collaboration, and stewardship. Dean Transportation has lost the trust of the families in this district. I have heard from so many families who have left this district exclusively because of transportation. If you want to keep people here, fix transportation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Karai. I'm a GRPS parent, and I'm here to ask the board for accountability. In May 2023, this board adopted a resolution highlighting the importance of safe storage of firearms to keep kids and teens safe around guns, and promised to educate the community about this issue after 4 incidents of GRPS students bringing guns to school. Nothing is killing American children and teens more than guns, so thank you for making that statement. Unfortunately, 13 months later, what I have observed is that GRPS has done next to nothing to make good on this promise.
No educational materials mailed to families. No educational materials sent home in backpacks. No class at Parent University. Nothing for months in GRPS email communications. The U.S. Secretary of Education publicly urged school districts to do the same. Still, nothing. In the meantime, a child at Elger Middle School shot another child in the face. Then a single safety event, held after the school year is finished, sponsored by an unknown organization, was announced. No one will answer the question of whether gun locks will be passed out at the event. Why? My question for the board is why? Why are you only paying lip service to a life and death issue? Why did GRPS sit on its hands for a year? Are you waiting for more kids to bring guns to school? And why is there no transparency about where the child got a gun that was used to shoot another child? You've had the opportunity to be proactive on the issue of gun safety. As a parent, a voter, I'm disappointed, confused, and at this point, extremely concerned about my child's safety in GRPS, when it seems like the adults in charge are passive, or at worst, obstructionist on the issue of school safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie McBride is up next. Julie McBride, are you here? All righty. Jesse Eden Hill. Next, we'll have Jackie Spritzner. I'm not sure if that's right.
My name is Jessie Emden Hill. I'm a parent of two now students at GRPS. Like everyone, I was just devastated to hear about the shooting outside of Elger Middle School earlier this month. And like many, I have a lot of questions. But really what gets me frustrated is just a few weeks ago in one of these meetings that it was brought up and GRPS representative admitted that we're not doing anything routinely to provide safe storage information. And again, this is frustrating, like many have said, since we did this, you guys, this board, passed a safe storage resolution last year. And I understand, and I think everyone understands, like, we know that GRPS is not going to solve the gun problem in America, but you guys do have a way you can help. And I'm happy to see at least something with this upcoming zoo event. And but what I expect is that you are going to have material that is evidence-based. I expect that you are going to provide gun locks. I expect that you're going to give information that gun lock, that any safe storage device is tax-free until the end of the year. And I expect this to be evidence-based. Look, I know as a parent, like, I expect the buildings to be safe, but I think all of you agree that, like, it is more than just keeping the building safe. Like, we need the kids to be safe, whether they're at school, whether they're at home, or if they're in an adjacent city park. It doesn't matter. We need to keep them safe, and we can help by helping our families make it as easy as possible.
Next, we have Jackie, and then after Jackie, we have Basaida Valdea.
Thank you, Dr. Roby, President Williams, and the board. And thank you for agreeing to stay late today. I think this is the latest meeting I've attended this year. And it's been a very emotional meeting also. And I feel for you guys because you're up here and people are saying things. And that, I mean, a lot of people are feeling emotions. We want to make GRPS the best school. We want to make a great school district. How do we do that? We have to work together. My question though is, have you guys ever thought about using Michigan Virtual University for some of the classes that are offered that we need? The other question I have, the student that said he didn't do well in English by watching the video, could we put 2 people in the room? Is there a way, not just one? To be honest, it's hard being a teacher with 25 kids in a room. And especially if they have questions. And I'm very excited for esports. You're gonna see the high schools take off. Groups of kids that don't participate will start participating and feeling a belonging in a group. Lastly, just a quick idea. How we want to do specials, you've been asked tonight. Could we do elementary STEM programs? Could we hire a teacher? I've been blessed to do this, not STEM, But I've been a computer teacher for 25 plus years. I see the whole kid. I see all the kids in a school, year after year. Just ideas to think about. Thank you very much. I know we're all going to go home and have a rundown of what was said at this meeting tonight, but thank you guys. Many, many things.
Thank you. And Besida Valdivia, I think I'm saying that right this time, and Ted Gaw will be up next.
Thanks, Board. Yeah, I'm just up here. I just wanted to reiterate just a couple of the points that the students had brought along. I also had a couple of questions on sort of the procedure for public comment, and it seems like it's changed. So we had a lot of students that were not able to wait because, one, it's exams week, and second, it's a really late board meeting. In the previous board meetings, students were able to speak first. And so I just wanted to clarify on that because we had a lot of our students that weren't able to make their public comment and really take the time out of their day to bring forward what they researched and what they put work into that they really wanted to share with you all, especially as you uplift scholar engagement. Another thing I wanted to bring forward is also just hearing that students did not pull out these demands, not only from lived experience, which is valid, but they also lifted up through really trying to get as much insight from the GRE negotiations as they could. And I think this really uplifts the opportunity for us to publicize the bargaining agreements. So when folks do know what is on the table, what are the things that folks can vote on, what are the potential creative solutions that folks can be engaging with you all together. And I think this is just all more reason for us to publicize and make those negotiations open, but even just for school board members to know internally what is going on, what can they advocate for in their own perspectives as they represent community members. But sometimes it feels like there's very limited spaces for us to engage school board members, as well with limited comments being 2 minutes, and with the procedure being unclear, especially for students who not always, sometimes don't even know the school board is one of the methods for them to uplift some of their demands. And so I just want to bring forward, because I had a couple of students that had to leave that waited as long as they could, and they just had to leave because their public comment was not called, although they put it and they wrote it down completely, and they made sure to note down that it was an agenda item. So thanks for your time.
Are you Ted?
Oh, that's him.
Okay, so this is, you'll be next.
What he has probably to say is probably more important than what I have to say. There were a lot of things talked about today. And I would like to encourage you to look at it conceptually differently. Partially from our standpoint, but also from the standpoint of this is not an ordinary school district. This is not an ordinary board. This is not an ordinary situation with an ordinary history. We have a bus system that was outsourced because of certain problems in the history. We have problems that have to do with bullying, problems that have to do with guns, problems that have to do with violence. All of those things have in common, this is a diverse district. But that does not mean we are looking at equity and inclusion. We are not looking at what it takes to increase the number of teachers here, because it's not just a question of money. It's a question of culture. It's a question of history. It's a question of tradition. It's a question of attrition. It is a question of people who have been here who did not make it to the 40-year mark because they just got too tired, because we have too much diversity and not enough equity and not enough inclusion, and we're not looking at a conceptual way of saying, we need more people, we need more time, we need more money. And that's a radical thing to have to look at it that way. But you cannot act like every other school board. And I was a school board member. And I don't think that you can look at it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, so he's going to be a lot more polite about this than I was. Off the bat, thank you to Mr. Eatman and Rodriguez and Melton for showing up and empathizing with us and our struggle. But on the topic of just as a democratic process, we had removed every possible barrier as an organization to creating an environment where students could come here and not only explain what was going on in their schools, but bridge the gap in this ecosystem of education. You have listened to, well, claim to have listened to teachers, you have your own internal metrics, your own internal people, whatever. But students have been left out of this equation because they have barriers that you guys cannot imagine because you haven't been children for so long. I don't know what to say about the incompetence. We had lost comment cards, we had shuffling of things. I was supposed to sit up here and introduce everyone, all of that. It happens, whatever. But it can't happen again, because the result of that is you have students who aren't heard, you have students whose message is covered by intimidation, whose message has been censored and changed because they don't feel comfortable coming up here and sharing and participating in this democratic process. As far as the Elevate K-12 thing goes, you know, wild to remove that from the budget and then pass it on its own. Pass it together or don't pass it at all. Don't care how it works. Also, Elevate K-12 is a surface level issue of a much deeper root that has yet to be addressed. We are not here to bring you solutions, but they are, and they have. You have not listened. Also, like, on just a completely end note, this is not adversarial. We are not here complaining. We are not here to be rude, and we are not here to come here and just dump everything we've experienced on you. We are here to communicate. We are here to build a relationship with this board and with this district.
Time.
And you know, I think you guys have a better responsibility to inform us and inform
And then Wendy Winston. Yes. And Wendy Winston will next.
Sorry, I did not hear that. Hi, my name is Marta. I have 2 kids at Grand Rapids Montessori. I first just want to say to the student organizers who I heard speak but that didn't get a chance to speak or spoke earlier, thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for all the effort. I've been showing up to a lot of Urban Core Collective events for parents, and I know the level of work that you put in and the thought and intention. Thank you. You're not just the future, you're leaders now, and you're important. Thank you. I also want to thank the environmental teachers group. I've been lucky enough to be able to work with some of them as my pal Frederica and I secured funding for Brookside composting trial pilot this year to see the work that they put in to comprehensively approach this, not just composting, but place-based learning and everything has been fantastic. I also wanted to just quickly say thank you for being emotional. I know that sounds strange, but it does matter to parents who, like me and others and students, who see that you struggle with these decisions. I think that's really important. Even if we disagree, I think seeing that it is difficult matters, and seeing that disagreement is important. I wanted to speak in support of improving teacher pay. One of the things you as a board are able to do is hold a budget until the school district address critical issues. Teacher pay is a root basic issue that will help us tremendously. I agree that there are other solutions for sure. It's not a one-stop issue, but it is a root cause issue that this district urgently needs to address because our teachers are leaving the district or are leaving schools to try to get better paying jobs even within the district, so going to Ottawa or others that pay a little bit more. And I cannot stress enough how much I think it will be really difficult to get students and teachers to return if we don't address teacher pay. At our school, oh, it's time? Oh my gosh, I didn't see that. Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Wendy Winston, and then we'll have D. Jones.
Good evening, board, president, and superintendent. Thank you so much for staying late tonight. It is actually past my bedtime. I should be sleeping right now. I'm a GRPS staff member, and I'm also a citizen in Grand Rapids. And I apologize if my thoughts aren't super organized. I just kind of have a little bit of a mess here. But I agree it's not just compensation that is causing the shortage of educators across the nation. But I saw an intriguing job description that was posted on Facebook this past week, and I read it, and it sounded very interesting at Grand Valley State University, right up my alley, and I checked the pay. It was nowhere near what I expected, so I didn't continue looking at that job description. You know that when people are looking for jobs, the first thing they do after they see something that might work for them is look at what the compensation is. So we can say it's not just compensation, but there's a lot more going on. GRPS also needs to be attractive to prospective employees and support our current employees. Some of the other speakers talked about attrition, the culture here. The teacher of the year today said that her experience, the highlights of her experience were collaborating with colleagues from across contents and geography and attending professional conferences of her own choosing. That used to be common for educators. Now it is very uncommon. If I go to professional conferences or professional learning of my own choosing, I do it at night, I do it on the weekend, I do it in the summer. Guess what I'm doing on June 10? I'm going to a full day PD. And I'm doing a lot more all summer. The people who did the Green Fellows, they do that in the evening. I signed up to do that, but I had so many other things going on, I couldn't make it to all of them. So professional learning should be a norm, not a highlight for the teacher of the year who's already excelling. It should be the people who need support who are getting to go to those opportunities and not on their own time. Thank you.
Thank you. D. Jones?
How you doing, everybody? Hope y'all had I won't say a good night. It's been a long night. But I'm just going to spread positivity because I'm very excited that you guys made an investment in the esports. I'm very excited for all of the cool things that esports is going to do for our school district. I actually just came from North Carolina. I was at an event called Esports Travel. I spoke to 22 different cities and different countries across the globe about expanding my esports competitions and developing careers and actually doing something with hybrid, which is actually doing like basketball or volleyball, but also doing a gaming and esports competition. So with me being a visionary and entrepreneur, I know it's going to be those kids that be in D. Jones' shoes 20 years down the line or 10 years down the line that eventually become event organizers here locally, and they'll be able to go to those cool things, and I'll be that person here locally that be able to guide them to those cool opportunities. I got to go to North Carolina, which has great legislation and great support for esports and infrastructure, and I got to go on that event completely free. My hotel was free, my airplane was free, and I got to network and I got to grow. And I can't wait to be able to connect you guys to all of the cool esports organizations. I even got to connect with Syracuse University, which is there. They actually have a Division I esports program. They have esports degrees, and they are looking for talent. And so I'm very excited for the resources, for the educational opportunities, for the success stories, to even just hear the stories of the students and the parents and just them saying the positive things. I'm just very excited for this because I've been coming here, I've been advocating, I've been asking you guys, and you guys actually utilize the resources. So I am somebody from the community that you guys did listen to, but there are other people that from the community that you guys need to listen to. I know that esports isn't going to be able to solve societal issues, but it's a $300 billion industry, and where I'm going to grow with all of the other cool things that I have in the initiatives. And I'm looking forward to helping our school district becoming a better school district, an ethical school district, a diverse school district, an inclusive school district that truly has an equity investment to our students and to the future generation of the next GRPS students and people that eventually develop those careers and opportunities and visionaries and entrepreneurs. You guys have a beautiful night. Thank you.
Additional action item. I apologize. I did not get to the which one? Oh, special revenue. Okay. So, is there any conversation with regards to the resolution for the adoption of Budget Amendment 2 for Special Revenue Fund? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the resolution for adoption of Budget Amendment 2 Special Revenue Fund?
Support.
Mr. Reitman?
Yes. It's hot.
Ms. Lewis, yes. Ms. Milton? Yes. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Ms. Wade is excused. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries. All right.
And then we have superintendent.
Comments?
Good evening once again, and so thank you for our young people and community members who shared comments. I just want to address a couple of different things, specifically around staff wages, so that people do understand we do value staff, and we're committed to the work that people are doing. And despite being in the middle of an agreed upon contract, we have started conversations with our union about increasing salaries. As everybody has stated, money is not the only thing, but it is a thing. And so we want to make sure that as we are looking at salaries, that we are sensitive to what is everything that we are including around what that looks like. These conversations will continue throughout the budgeting process to determine what is fiscally possible and feasible. And so in a district our size that is very layered and complicated, it's more than just money. But I don't want to be naive and say that's not, it's a thing. And so we want to make sure that we address it, but then also making sure that we have the other layers around our package, and making sure also that we, one, can afford it, because I think that's important for people to hear. In front of our board, this is on more of a positive note, you have the billboard yard signs, and GRPS is on the rise. We have a billboard campaign that's underway across our city. You are invited to take those home, these mementos home, and as you can see, the billboards tout the rising graduation rates and investments that we are doing through our facilities master plan and other things. We are also installing on the rise yard signs at key intersections across our city. They're available in English and Spanish, both in billboards and yard signs, urging all of our families to enroll. And the last thing that I want to close with, as we are closing out this year, if you've noticed in our auditorium this afternoon, we have the Smart Art top 20 acknowledgement of the different scholars that are going to be considered as part of Art Prize, and we've narrowed it down, or the Art Prize committee has narrowed it down to 10, but we wanted to make sure, and these displays are around how do you reuse our current energy and different things. So I invite you, as these will be available through the summer, to take a look at the work in the production of all of our scholars from across our city. And so I know it's late tonight and you may not have time to do it right now or tonight, but just please, over the course of the summer, that you do take time to see the inspiration of our young people.
And then we will go to board comments. I'll start with Ms. Downs-Lewis.
Yes, well, thank you, Ms. Williams and Dr. Roby and Ms. Shaki over here, who took my job while I was out. And I would just like to thank everybody who expressed their concern about me and sent me good wishes. And I appreciate that so much. And I missed one of the highlights of my entire year, which graduations, but maybe next year.
All righty. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, just two things. One, I just kind of echoing something that an idea that Trustee Ross said is, I think all of us up here want what's best for our scholars, for our families. We have different ways of thinking, how can we get to where we want to be? And so I just want to reiterate, I think I've said this countless times right up on this dais, is, nothing is personal for me. Like, this is just what I believe is what will get us to where I want us to be with our scholars and families. And so, while we may not agree on everything, I do appreciate just the back and forth dialogue. I think that it's good to be able to speak on disagreements. And then the second thing is, I I just wanted to, sorry, I don't want to get emotional, but yesterday, one of my former students was killed on Madison and Hall, and I just wanted to say that it is a huge issue, the gun violence issue in Grand Rapids, nationwide. You know, it's something that, it's always been something that I've been passionate about, fighting for is just, promoting the end of gun violence. But I think just especially now in Grand Rapids, it's just hitting too close to home for many of us. I mean, three folks were killed over the weekend. And so I know that I am committed, and I also believe that this board and GRPS is committed to that work. And I want to just say that I've heard a lot of promising conversations around the work that we are going to do, promoting gun safety. And I just want to just say, to the family that lost their 15-year-old, my heart goes out to you. That's just a life lost too soon. And yeah, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Ms. Davis?
I think I'll just make a brief comment. This weekend, my kids and I spent some time making our end of the year teacher gifts for their teachers. And I got to see like what they would write to their teacher and how they were so excited to give those gifts today. And so I just want to just uplift the importance of relationship. And I know there was a lot of talk about that with Elevate K-12 tonight. And I do believe that relationship is one of the biggest parts of education. As soon as those kids know that they can trust you and that you care about them, they're gonna learn more and they're gonna be excited about being at school. So I just wanna thank all of our teachers for really investing in our kids, and we just have amazing teachers and parapros. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for all of our school staff, secretaries, like the 40-year commitment that we honored tonight. So thank you to all of our teachers as our staff as we end the year.
Ready? Ms. Shaki?
Oh gosh, yeah, heavy night. Well, I know the decision I made is on the opposite side of what was desired this evening, at least from the community. I just want to say out loud that I hold in the same space the desire to move fast on increasing salaries for teacher as fast as we can now that we know the landscape moving forward at the state level. It is time, and that's where I am too.
Yes, I would first off like to take the time to also acknowledge that student, the previous GRPS scholar that lost their life over the weekend. Thoughts and prayers for that family and the GRPS family that will be impacted by this loss. Secondly, 40 dedicated years to service at any job should be awarded and recognized. Having a teacher to stay 40 years in a position, let alone this district, is a blessing, not just to our district, but also to all of the students that she has impacted over 40 years. And that visual representation tonight was really touching and beautiful to see the impact of how the community showed up for her in solidarity. So I just wanted to say thank you again for your 40 years of service. I know she's not here present. We're just gonna send that energy to her and her family as she is hopefully in bed and cooler than what we are inside of this room right now. I am sweating, but that's okay. We signed up for this. I also want to congratulate all of our fifth graders who participated in now being a published author. I think that is extremely a blessing and a gift, something I wish I had. I'm thinking about when I was at Southeast Elementary, so there's just having that as a point of reference for our scholars, I think is extremely beautiful. And I just want to tell them personally that I'm proud of all of you who contributed, but also thank you for the staff who supported this work. That's important for us to acknowledge and lift you up as well, because without you pouring into them, encouraging them, they wouldn't be where they are to be in a published book, and so I appreciate that. Although Elevate K-12 passed, it doesn't mean that we would not collectively continue to do this work. Together to address this issue, we know it's going to take some hours or whatever the time is needed to address this, so that way we can do what we need to do as being in these positions of influence and power. Regardless of our disposition or even our body language that might come off to you as if we are upset with each other or that we are upset with your comments, we also know that we're still going to work together to do what we need to do. That's what this is about. I'm big, and I talk about this oftentimes, a modeling behavior that our scholars need to see. We have a lot of other poor behaviors that they get to see without us on social media and other platforms. So to be able to see that you can have civil discourse as adults, that's another thing that they pick up and see. What we do in this room and what you also do in this room is a result of that as well. So collectively, we are also teaching them in this form of engagement. And I just want to say to my colleagues, I look forward to the work that we would do to address this topic without any form of tension, because that's not what this is, and we've come a long way in that regards, and so this is not what that is, but having diversity of thought to address a system or a systematic issue is needed in this time, and that's what collectively what you were able to see up here tonight as a little small portion of that display. So thank you to every voice, every scholar, every parent, every teacher who encouraged their students to speak up. That is advocacy at real work, and I'm also proud of our scholars being equipped to not only speak their mind eloquently, but also to express it in a way that shows that education is working. And I love that aspect for our district. Congratulations to all of our 2024 graduates. I do not want to not say that to them across the district. It was beautiful to see the families that were present and represented. It was also beautiful, and I'm going to intentionally call out Ottawa because they had a small class, but you would not have been able to see that due to the amount of people that showed up to support them. And that was beautiful to see. We actually all commented on how packed the stadium was for Ottawa Hill students in particular. And a special shout out to, is it Ritzma? Is that how you pronounce her name?
Lynn Ritzma, yeah.
Yes, she did an amazing job in regards to making sure that the scholars were represented well. I'm not sure why that got cut off, but she did an amazing job of making sure that graduations went well. And so shout out to you and the hard work that you put in making sure that the graduation and the presentation of their diplomas went off without a hitch. So thank you, and for taking care of the staff along the way and the supporting staff. Lastly, to our scholars, administration, teachers, and any contractor that identifies as being part of the LGBTQIA+ community, happy Pride to you.
No comment.
All righty. I will, oh, I'm sorry, Sarah.
There's nothing I can add to the lovely sentiments that you all gave. So I highlight your words. Thank you for them.
Okay. Wonderful. I apologize. So I will be quick. Thank you to everyone for coming out. We appreciate that you take the time to be with us and to share. I know that there is some things that were brought forward, particularly about public comment. And so I want to put it on the record for everyone to hear and hear us again. It is so important that you fill out the comment card completely. It is hard for me to, at a glance up here, try to preside a meeting and actually try to unpack what you're trying to say versus completing the card correctly, where I could actually just read it and put it where it goes so I can make sure that everybody can speak at the appropriate time. So I'm asking that if, as we go forward, to please take the time to read the comment card and to complete it fully that helps us and that assists us to make sure that every voice that wants to be heard is heard at the appropriate time frame on the agenda, as well as making sure our scholars are brought forward first. And again, that is for GRPS scholars, not for the scholars from anywhere in Kent County. It is for GRPS scholars. We want to make sure that we honor their viewpoint and make sure that we hear them. So again, thank you to all of our staff who have made this year what it has been. We have made it through yet another one, and we could not do it without you. We appreciate your dedication to this district, to our families, and to our students and community. And then with regards to the issues, I know that there's conversation about guns, and I want to ask that as much as we speak about that, that we advocate at a space that is where we're not just talking about gun locks, but how we really make our community safe. And that I'm going to ask that you push that advocacy up to the state and to the feds, because that's where we're going to have some real change. This is a societal and a community problem, and it is going to take us to address those things at those levels as well. What is happening that our students are having to deal with in their community, that they're losing classmates, that they are concerned about their safety. Those things are community issues as well. And many times our school systems can be a manifestation of community issues. We can do something about that. We're just be frank, we're not handing out guns at school. So they're coming to the schools. So that means there's something that community we have to do so that they don't arrive there. And it is a collective work. It's not one person's problem, it's all of our problem. Because it could be the young person that was a former student from Alger, and it could be one of us tomorrow. We have to actually take this issue very serious as a community, and we have to look at it even broader than school. So thank you all for being with us. Please be safe as you drive home tonight. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.
I just want to make sure that you know that this